Sound check 1, Council, August 16th, sound check 1. Sound check 2, sound check 2.
of council and staff and people from the public and our media folks, welcome. We are about to be going live. In fact, I think we are live right now. Clerk Trenum, could you please confirm that quorum is present?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Horvath. We have quorum.
Excellent. So can we then have everyone stand for our national anthem, please? Thanks, everyone. You can be seated. The City of Hamilton is upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that this land is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase 1792 between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Today, the City of Hamilton is home to many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we recognize that we must do more to learn about the rich history of this land so that we can better understand our roles as residents, neighbors, partners, and caretakers. Members are reminded, of course, that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function during council meetings, and we're going to get right into it with the approval of the agenda. Clerk Trenum, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mayor Horvath. There are 6 added communication items. Correspondence from Peter Morgan respecting another creative homelessness option for Hamilton. Correspondence from the chairman of Mohawk Sports Park respecting a funding announcement. That's item 5.18. 5.19, correspondence from Tim Nolan, Accessibility Hamilton Alliance, respecting HSR and persons with disabilities. 5.20, correspondence from Sean Carey, Niagara Escarpment Commission, respecting NEC's revised position with respect to short-term accommodations. 5.21, correspondence from Mr. Hussein respecting ongoing service issues. 5.22, correspondence from the West End Home Builders Association respecting their submission on draft framework for processing and evaluating urban boundary expansion applications. There are 2 added notices of motion. 8.1 and 8.2. There are 2 added private and confidential matters respecting update on the cybersecurity incident as well as legal update on cybersecurity incident. Those are items 11.2 and 11.3, and 9 added bylaws 147 through 155.
Okay, thanks very much. May I have please a motion to approve the agenda as amended, moved by Councillor Kassar, seconded by Councillor Danko. Is there any discussion on the agenda as amended, folks? Seeing none, we'll then please go to the vote. And that carries 16-0. Thanks very much. I neglected to introduce everyone who's here at the meeting. We have Councillor Spadafora is online. We have Councillor Tom Jackson, Councillor Ted McMeekin, Councillor Tammy Wang, Councillor Narinder Nan, Councillor Maureen Wilson, Councillor Matt Francis, Councillor Mark Taddison, Councillor J.P. Danko, Councillor Jeff Beattie, Councillor Esther Pauls, Councillor Craig Kassar, Councillor Cameron Kretsch, Councillor Brad Clark, and Councillor Alex Wilson. Welcome, everyone, and it's great to see you here. So we'll go on to the declarations of interest. Now that I've named you all, you have to declare whether you have interests on this agenda today. Are there any conflicts? Councillor Wang, please go ahead.
Perhaps not a declaration of interest, just wanted to let council know that I'll be leaving a little early to attend the Association of Municipalities Ontario. Their general board meeting is tomorrow, so I'll be traveling later on today. Just wanted to let council know. Thank you.
Thank you. We're very interested in that, so appreciate your representation of our council. Appreciate it. Any other, Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I'm just having some challenges with my double authentication thing, so I'm struggling a bit. I am declaring an interest with respect to two planning items, I believe. Item 9.3 and 16, thank you so much, Deputy Clerk. They are in relation to lands located at 3054 Homestead Drive and 9166 Airport Road West in Glanbrook with respect to Fengate, as my husband is a director. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Any further conflicts of interest? Seeing none, then we'll be reminded by the clerks to remove those votes for a separate vote to accommodate those declarations. We're on then to ceremonial activities, with which there are none, and then approval of the minutes of previous meetings, which is item 4. So 4.1 is July 12th, 2024. May I have a motion, please, to approve the minutes of July 12th, 2024 as presented? Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Kassar, any discussion on the minutes? Seeing none, thanks very much. We'll go to the vote. That carries 16-0. We're on to communications. Councillor Jackson, may I have the motion on the communications items, please?
Mayor Horvath, you may. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 15 Councillor Theodore Teddy McMeekin, that Council Communications 5.1 to 5.22 be approved as presented as follows. I won't read them all out. They're there for the public record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. That was seconded by Councillor McMeekin. So, see, now I'm going to call him Teddy from now on. Theodore's the better one. Okay. So that's before us then. Any discussion on the communications items, folks? No? Seeing none? Oh, Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. 5.1 and 5.11 in case there's a growing speakers list.
I'm sorry, 5.1 and 5.11?
Yeah, in case.
Okay, so we'll start with 5.1. I appreciate your generosity there. If there's anybody else that wants to chime in on 5.1, we'll have that happen, and then we'll go to 5.11. Please go ahead.
Thank you. For 5.1, these are residents writing about bylaws and biodiversity, as well as some of our public education efforts. The action is that we're going to have a general manager respond. Just for the public record, just wanted to confirm that a lot of these actions that are being asked for, education efforts, as well as a bylaw reform and review, are actions that are included in our recently passed biodiversity action plan. And so it's not a matter of if, but when, I think, for a lot of these points that residents are asking about. And so while that'll get done in individual correspondence, just hoping to confirm for the public record that these are actions in our biodiversity action plan to educate, to look at our bylaws when it comes to native plants.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Anybody else on 5.1? It does raise for me a question, though, about, I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in. Councillor Jackson, can you quickly take the chair?
The floor is yours, Mayor.
Thank you so much. So just does make me wonder then whether there's an opportunity, some kind of form letter, or some kind of way to let these folks know, and maybe we do that already, that in fact we do have a plan. Here it is. Go to this link. So that we're getting, the folks that have actually written into us are actually getting a response from the city. Does that happen already? Do we know?
Who can provide that, please? City Clerk Trenum?
Yeah, through the chair to the mayor. Yes, we do provide a response if an item has been received, and we can certainly reach out to staff for any language that would be appropriate to include with regards to where to direct them to find those answers.
It might be, it's just a customer service piece, so that might be something that we could look at. We don't want to overburden folks with work, but we do want to stay connected with our community. So I appreciate the clerks maybe looking at that through you, Councillor Jackson.
Floor is back to you then, Mayor
Yes,
Horvath.
thanks very much.
I see a nod
Appreciate
from
that.
the City Clerk. Taking under advisement, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. So then we're on to 5.11 was the other item that was something you wanted to talk about, Councillor Wilson?
And the mic works. Thank you. I think this is, want to draw folks' attention. This is correspondence from the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority. They're telling us about two really cool interconnected projects they did with respect to natural asset management. And it's an offer for any staff and municipalities that are part of the watershed to reach out, ask questions, talk about the project they did, see if there's synergies or ways that we can do best practice sharing. The NPCA, the Conservation Authority in Niagara, what they were able to do is they looked at an inventory and a valuation, and they say it's not holistic, we didn't get everything done, but we started the work with valuing their natural assets value between over 130 and I think $330 million in ecosystem services being provided in that watershed on an annual basis. Understanding that value helps them make decisions better. And Fort Erie was able to use that data set, the municipality there, to complete their natural asset management plan and fulfill the requirements under provincial regulations. And so as we're doing similar projects, we're having conversations, council priorities, completing our own natural asset management plans. Just wanted to draw attention to our neighbors kind of sharing that they've got a head start and offering to help.
Excellent. Thanks very much, Councillor Wilson. Any further discussion on the correspondence items? The communications items, rather. Oh, sorry, we have a speakers list running here, which is Councillor Kassar, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I'd like to speak to item 5.22. This is correspondence from the West End Home Builders regarding a report in the Planning Committee about submission of draft framework for processing and evaluating urban boundary expansion applications. This is a direct result of Bill 185 from the provincial government. In the correspondence, the WEHBA supports the newly permitted ability for landowners to privately initiate urban boundary expansions, and this is despite Council's declaration of a firm urban boundary. And I just want to provide a few comments. In the correspondence, the WEHBA refers to previous staff recommendations in the prior term about needing additional land for growth, despite Council's decision to freeze the urban boundary and all the decisions and policies we put in place since then. So they're a little bit stuck in the past in that regard, which is unfortunate. And we know that building more expensive, low-density housing doesn't help housing affordability. It gobbles up farmland, does not enable effective public and active transit, which is very important, and it's frankly the exact opposite of what we need to be doing in a climate crisis. Also, as our acting GM Rocha has been quoted in the paper, it will redirect resources, human and otherwise, from building within our existing communities. There's a quote in the correspondence that Hamilton's housing supply is lagging far behind Ontario's population growth, which I find a very curious statement to pin this on the city when it's for-profit builders that are sitting on land and not building the many great projects that are possible within our current urban area. I understand there are factors, that's not laying blame, but I don't think that statement should be put out there and to be left with the city as the responsible party. The correspondence also, rather ironically, highlights a cost that staff recommended of $1.5 million that will be required, anticipate to be required to defend urban boundary appeals in the courts or at the OLT, which ironic because it completely ignores the billions in infrastructure costs that we've already incurred from past suburban growth in terms of infrastructure and maintenance of that, and the additional billions that will accrue over the coming decades if we continue to expand. The number one cost or concern that I think we all hear is about the cost of living, directly related to property taxes, which we control. Urban expansion will only continue to make that worse. This horseshoe has heard that, the public has heard that. It is well understood, it's factual that expanding infrastructure into greenfield areas, expanding urban boundaries is more expensive at the end of the day than building within our urban boundary. Second concern we hear about, and there were motions on Public Works this week to talk about this or to deal with it, is traffic. If we continue to sprawl, it just generates more traffic. It only gets worse. So for the public listening to this, when you think about or hear about the desire to expand the urban boundary, these are two very important topics that you need to consider because they don't directly get connected. So council is looking out for the best interest of Hamiltonians. It would be really productive if all our partners, including the province and we HBA, could get on board and work with us together productively. City building decisions, in conclusion, should be made by our locally elected council working with our professional staff. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. We have a couple of other speakers, which would start with Councillor Beattie and then Councillor Nan. Oh, to this item? Sorry. Please go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
I wasn't trying to interrupt your order, but you were
It's okay.
staying with the particular item?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I appreciate what Councillor Kassar has said and the correspondence from West End Builders. At some point in time, in the 20 months that we've been together as a new council, I have watched very carefully to a number of objections which seem to be a theme across the city in various wards, not saturated in any particular area, but across various wards. I dealt with a particular matter myself last summer, finally finding a compromise. My point I'm getting at, Mayor Horvath, is I understand the angst against urban boundary expansion, but all I hear consistently is from this new council is nobody seems to like towers. And if towers are truly a problem, and they're problematic for existing neighborhoods that they're proposed for, and the scale of the tower, the degree of the tower, the scope of the tower is creating a backlash and resentment in existing neighborhoods of modest families, of modest type of housing structure, whatever it might be, small multi-reses, townhomes, semis, singles, whatever it might be. At some point in time, we've got to have, I would humbly suggest, a genuine, sincere, open discussion about urban boundary expansion versus the towers that nobody seems to like in its entirety, and how many appeals are we fighting at the Ontario Land Tribunal, Mayor Horvath, spending taxpayer money to fight appeals because on behalf of community, and I respect my colleagues who have garnered council support to fight towers, and I don't think I've opposed a single one, and I've listened carefully when a particular ward councillor has said it is not compatible with what my community wants. But at some point in time, Mayor Horvath, we got to factor all these conflicting matters in to see exactly what the roadmap is ahead. Is it going to be some hypothetical degree of urban boundary expansion? I hear the caution concerns consistently from the Ward 12 councillor and many others around this table. But again, I've listened carefully to many objections at this table to towers. Somewhere along the way, and spending taxpayers' money to legally and with planning experts to fight it at the OLT. At some point in time, I just think we need to try to find a way to reconcile what's before us. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. On this item, I believe we have further speakers. Councillor Maureen Wilson. And then Councillor Clark, and then Councillor Kretsch. Sorry, Councillor Wilson, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Horvath. I would like to respond to some of those points clearly, I hope. So let's be clear, and I will only speak to my own voting record and the framework within I'm making those decisions. With respect to those planning applications that include towers that are before the OLT, they are there as a consequence of the Ford government's manipulation, truncation of a planning system that should afford a community the opportunity to thoughtfully and thoroughly assess a planning application. The truncation of this process has disabled our professional planning staff from doing that. So we are getting planning applications that do not account for shadow impacts, that do not include wind studies, that have been completely void of any consideration of urban design. This city deserves good quality architecture and a consideration of the impact. The reason our staff are asking us to appeal those applications is not because of any particular element. It is a process that disables us from considering the application in full, completely void of information that would be necessary for a thorough, honest planning review by professional planners, because the developers don't have to. They're dealing now with a process that disregards good planning under the pretense of build more houses, which we know this is a provincial government that is far from hitting its own target. This municipality did. It exceeded that target. It is not, I think, respectfully, it is a false framing to say that this is friction with respect to in-boundary planning applications. Secondly, the reason sometimes that developers are going for towers is because we're not, frankly, enabling 8-story, 6-story, 12-story, good quality design. We are voting as a council against the professional recommendation afforded to us by staff. And we will lose at the OLT. And for those who so stridently talked about affordability and we need to declare affordability crisis, guess what? That's costing taxpayers money. It's theater. It's political theater. And our record at the OLT for applications, when a professional planning staff we have, when they say, we recommend this application, and the majority of the councillors on this body vote to deny it, our record at the OLT is 0-3. We have 0 wins at the OLT. So you want to talk to me about affordability, you want to talk to me about good planning, I'm here all day for that. But those are the realities in which we're dealing with and assessing applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Clark, please. Oh, that's not what's on my my list, so Councillor Clark, please.
No problem. Thank you very much. Can I ask 2 questions of staff about this letter?
Absolutely. Clerk?
I'll actually just remind council through you, Mayor, debate on communications items really shall be limited to the disposition and or the reason against or for referral of the matter. In this particular case, it's actually being referred to another item later on in the agenda, at which point some of this discussion and or questions might be better suited.
Happy to delay then.
So then we'll take your advice, Clerk Trenum, and clean up the way that we handle items on correspondence. Very much appreciate, on communications rather, very much appreciate that. So Council, just to let you know, then I'm going to have that list transported over to the item on the agenda that deals with that matter. Okay? And we'll try to keep it exactly as is. And just so people understand, it was Councillor Clark, Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Beattie. Oh, wait a minute. Councillor Kretsch, can clerks please? Councillor Clark, Councillor Kretsch, and Councillor Beattie? Okay, so Councillor Clark and Councillor Kretsch. Thank you. Okay, excellent. Then we will move on to the next speaker, which is Councillor Beattie on 5.20. Please go ahead, Councillor Beattie.
Thank you, Mayor, and through you, just speaking to correspondence from the Niagara Escarpment Commission regarding some, I would say, updates to their policies, and it's encouraging to see the NEC modernizing some of their policies. The entirety of the rural section of the Fruitland-Winona communities, of course, being under the direct jurisdiction of the Niagara Escarpment Commission. So a large portion of the community that I represent is directly and I believe positively impacted by this, including many of our remaining farm families in the area. Whether or not short-term accommodations directly impacts them or not may not be the point, but I think my point is it's encouraging to see the NEC going through these processes to modernize some of their policies. And of course, my thanks to the councillors around this table that represent us at the Niagara Escarpment Commission. Perhaps they can send that upstream, that it's encouraging to see these modernization policies coming on stream. But I guess if I could, and knowing that I want to make sure that I'm procedurally correct, maybe I'll look to clerks to ask a question of staff pertaining to this correspondence, and the nature being that I know that our own policies often will mirror the corresponding NEC policy. So we write the same language into our policies and bylaws as is the corresponding legislation from the NEC. When this is changed, I'm wondering if it requires any update in our own internal policies for these specific areas, namely the NEC-controlled lands in Fruitland, Winona, and other areas of the city. So I'm wondering if A, that's appropriate to ask at this time, B, if staff would be able to answer, or if C, you'd rather me take it offline.
Well, you could take it offline, but it does, you are asking about what the appropriate action will be, and it is being referred to staff for appropriate action. My sense is you want to know, you want to clarify what the appropriate action is and if it includes changes to our own policies to reflect.
Exactly, Mayor.
So could we go to Acting General Manager Steve Robichaud, please?
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillors. Staff work closely with all of the conservation authorities, and we meet on a regular basis. And where we identify that there is a need to update our policies, whether they be official plan policies, secondary policies, or engineering standards, we will then identify those changes and bring them forward in a timely fashion to committee to avoid any potential conflicts. But in many cases, the way we've structured our designations and our policies is there's a degree of flexibility in there so that as new information, new mapping, et cetera, comes forward from the Conservation Authority, regardless of which one it is, that we have a bit of flexibility around some of our standards and our provisions so to ensure that proponents aren't caught in a catch-22 situation where their NPCA or the HCA is okay with something and says you're okay to proceed, but then our policies are saying you can't, which puts them through a regulatory process that they don't need to go through. So from a customer service perspective, we try to avoid that situation through the language in our policy framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and I do appreciate the answer, GM.
Thanks, Councillor Beattie. Councillor Nan, please, on 514.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Just wanted to flag this correspondence from the City of Toronto as it speaks to their implementation of a Hamilton-style renovictions bylaw, as it's stated within their correspondence and report that is being circulated to AMO, as well as municipalities in the region. And I just wanted to say again, thank you to our tenants and all of our stakeholders who participated in the process to create Ontario's first renovictions bylaw as anticipated. The bylaw has been studied by many other municipalities as this issue is chronic across the entire province, let alone the country. So there are a couple of components within the correspondence, Mayor, that I think may be worth having staff review as they speak to further clarity sought from the province as it relates to some of the bills that have yet to be implemented by the province, but also further action as it relates to tenants' rights at the Landlord-Tenant Board, as well as pursuing rent control for those properties that had been exempted as of November 2018. So if I could get some clarity from staff about those components and whether it's appropriate to receive the correspondence and direct staff today, or if they prefer me to work with them offline.
So I would suggest, and I'm going to look to Clerk Trenum just to be certain, I would suggest that the recommendation be amended to be received and referred to the General Manager of Health and Safety Communities, the General Manager of Planning Economic Development for information and potential recommendations back to committee and council. Okay? I don't think that needs a formal motion. If it does, please let me know. No? Okay, thanks very much. All right, then, we're on to, we don't have any further speakers, so we're now on to moving into committee of the whole, but first we have to indicate our vote on the communications item. So can we have that vote up, please? That carries 16-0. Thanks very much. Councillor Jackson, may I have a motion to move into committee of the whole, please?
Once again, your worship, you may. Moved by myself, seconded by the Ward 15 councillor Ted McMeekin, that council move into committee of the whole for consideration of all the committee reports. Thank you.
Thank you. The vote's up. And that carries 16-0. So we are now on to committee reports. We have 6.1 and 6.2, which are selection committee for agencies, boards, and boards and commissions, report 24005, July 31st, 2024, and report 24006, August 24th, 2024. We put those together, so can we get the motion from Councillor Cassar to receive and approve the recommendations within selection committee reports?
Just a question to the clerk, separately or together? Together, okay, oh, excellent. Okay, so thank you, Mayor. It's moved by me, seconded by Vice Chair of that committee, Councillor Taddison, that the selection committee for agency boards and subcommittee report 24005 and 24011, 011, sorry, from July 31st, 2024, and August 13th, 24, be received and the conditions therein be approved.
Thanks very much. So we have a mover and a seconder. Any discussion on these reports? Seeing none, then we'll go to the vote. That's carried 16-0. Thank you. And I accidentally reverted to my old job when I said commissions instead of subcommittees, so I apologize for that. We're on to 6.3, General Issues Committee Report 24-013, August 12, 2024. Councillor Jackson, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the General Issues Committee Report?
Mayor Horvath, you'll find today that Wards 6 and 15 are paired. Moved by myself, seconded by the Ward 15 councillor Ted McMeekin, that the GIC Report 24-013 meeting held just this past Monday on August 12th be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Are there any items within the report that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? We have a speakers list on the go, starting with Councillor Danko. Again, please notify the clerk's table for the desire to speak. Please go ahead, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick comment on item 12. This is the encampment litigation update. Just want to thank all the residents and businesses who have recently come in to share their concerns and their observations about what is happening in their communities, in their neighborhoods, and in their businesses. And just a reminder to the public that everything that this municipality is doing in terms of the encampment protocol and sanctioned encampment sites, et cetera, is in the context of this encampment litigation, which is a challenge that was brought against the city of Hamilton by encampment supporters. And until that is settled, we are doing our best to manage the situation. But until the court makes a decision, it's important for everyone to remember the context in which we are dealing with this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. Councillor Pauls, please go ahead.
I just want to make sure item 9, we separate it. When we go to a vote, I want a separate vote on the encampment protocol distance proposal.
Okay.
Thank you.
We can do that. Thank you. And then we have Councillor Clark, please.
Thank you. So my questions, Mayor, and comments would be with respect to item 5, which is the encampment impacts on Hamilton business consultation results, as well as on number 9, which I understand we're just voting to receive that report. Can I ask staff to clarify, please, how much money is the province of Ontario giving the city of Hamilton to tackle homelessness?
I'm looking at the bench, they're tossing that around.
I recall 28.5 million. I'd like to know if that's changed, because I've seen recent things in the news that is saying it's much higher than that, and I'm not sure we've received more funding for that.
It'll just take a second, Councillor Clark, so I
No
think it's worth
problem.
waiting for, well, obviously, because you've asked for it, so we'll start with GM Mater. Please go ahead.
Through the chair, Grace Mader, General Manager, Healthy and Safe Communities. So the 28.6 million that you referenced, Councillor Clark, that is the portion we receive for our housing prevention program dollars, and that is the amount that we're receiving there.
And do we have a ballpark figure as to how much we are paying? When I say we, I say the collect, because it's not council that's paying, it is the taxpayers that we are paying on the homelessness file, because it has grown substantially on a file that, Mayor, if I may, I believe is still provincial.
Thanks, Councillor Clark.
Give us one moment, sir. We'll
No
write on it.
problem.
So,
It's just important that the public have a good understanding of how much we are doing on this file.
yes, you're correct. And as we head into AMO, it's good for those of us who are representing the city at AMO in the next couple of days to have those numbers top of our mind. So appreciate that. GM Garrick, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor. I'll focus on the last 2 years because it tells a bit of a story with respect to the city's investments in housing and homelessness. In 2023, the total investment in our community was approximately $147 million, and the city's contribution of that amount was approximately half, 51%, or about $76 million. But that represented a 30% increase in the municipal contribution year over year, 2023 versus 2022, or approximately $16 million of the $76 million. Moving forward then to 2024, the total investment was $170 million.
I'm sorry, Mayor, I didn't hear that.
170 million for 2024 in the budget.
The city's contribution grew from 51% to 70%, from $76 million to $119 million. And this included some reserve funding and reserve commitments in 2025 and 26, specific to the Housing Sustainability Investment Roadmap. So with respect to the reliance on levels of government, it has been the city's contribution we have been increasingly reliant upon. It has continued to grow over the last number of years. The city now is the majority or major funder at 70%. And in 2024, council was creative with respect to its contribution, relying on reserves, relying on debt, and relying on contributions. And finally, that commitment extends in 2025 and 26, $20 million in each of those years with respect to the housing sustainability investment roadmap. But I will note that was a 3-year commitment without sustainable funding beyond the 3-year period. So again, through you, Madam Mayor, in summary, the municipal contributions growing, and in 2024, of the $170 million, the city contribution was 70% or 119.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
That clarifies a great deal in terms of some of the nonsense that I've been hearing out of the province in terms of what they are paying. And a part of it is political spin. So if I may, Mayor, just a quick political comment. You know me, I'm loath to make political comments. It is incredibly frustrating to see that the city of Hamilton is paying 70% of the cost to tackle the homelessness issue, and it has increased dramatically in just 1 year. We are seeing more residents who are suffering with serious mental illness without public support for their illness. They have no place to go. 2-year wait to see a psychiatrist, and by the way, you better bring your checkbook. It is incredibly frustrating to see and hear that patients are being released from the psychiatric hospital and not transferred to a supportive housing unit. They're being provided cab money. Here you go to the missions. We are seeing a dramatic increase in homelessness across this municipality. Much of it has occurred because of provincial policies that enabled the elimination of rent control, seeing rents go up 150% in 1 year, and using the renovation of the building as a rationale to kick the residents out. So now they can charge whatever they want. And we're seeing an increase in rent from $1,200, $1,500 to $1,800, $2,400 for an apartment in Hamilton. There has been significant unemployment as a result of the pandemic. That has not changed. We are seeing an increase in immigration, and I'm not opposed to immigration, Mayor. I'm saying if the province is going to continue to do that policy, then they need to look at the funding to assist those folks, because it is incredibly unfortunate that folks are coming to Canada on the promise of a home and a job, and they get here and there's no homes. Municipalities are being slagged by many, many agencies and people for not doing enough for the homeless, and yet we are going beyond our ability to pay to try to help the homeless because the federal and provincial government are not. I repeat, they are not. And they are well aware of the challenges that we are experiencing in every large urban municipality in Ontario. You sit on that committee, Mayor, you know that the province and the feds know what's going on. They continue to spin and blame municipalities. They're not getting enough housing built. It's all the municipality's fault. Let's call it what it is. It's a huge emergency, a huge crisis. We need to tackle homelessness based on the cause of homelessness, and we cannot do that as a municipality. So I'm glad the report is here. It gives us an opportunity to clarify exactly what the city is doing, and I'm proud of what the city is doing. I know it's challenging. We don't have a lot of support for the policy right now, but we're doing our very best with no financial support from senior levels of government. Thank you for the latitude. I know I went beyond my time, but this one has been frustrating me immensely.
Thank you, Councillor Clark, and just want to say thank you to our staff who've been working really hard. I think that's part of your point as well, if I may. Appreciate that. And solvethecrisis.ca, let's not forget. The pressure coming from AMO and big city mayors is solvethecrisis.ca heading into the conference coming in the next couple of days in Ottawa. So thank you for that. Sorry to kind of editorialize a tiny, tiny bit. We now have Councillor Jackson, please.
So Mayor Horwath, I want to speak to both item 4, analysis of sanctioned sites, and the one that Councillor Paul's asked to be separated for a separate vote. How would you like me to proceed, please?
Please go ahead with your first item, and then we'll go to number 9.
Okay, thank you. And of course, I'll pause after 4 in case others wish to speak to it. So, Mayor Horwath, not to get into a long dissertation, as our almost 9-hour meeting this past Monday at GIC, probably a good half to 2/3 of it with the homeless problem, the tents in neighborhood parks, and future potential options of what we're trying to deal with and what paths we may go on as a council on behalf of our community overall. This analysis of sanctioned sites, item 4, again, just an information item to be received, which I'm happy to just approve receiving it. I sensed from Monday that Hamilton Police Service and Superintendent Dave Hennick, Chief Frank Bergen, I was somewhat impressed that they both hung in there for literally the entire part of the GIC meeting, obviously in public session. We went in camera for probably an hour or two, but I was very impressed, and I'm listening more carefully to Hamilton Police Service's Mayor Horvath, and for what my opinion is worth, if they're not being consulted to the greatest degree they could be, I think they need to be, especially as we're exploring your directive for the September 18th GIC of sanctioned sites and vis-a-vis what that means to the current encampment protocol. In other words, I'm sensing with police, not speaking for them, I just gathered everything I heard from Superintendent Hennick and Chief Bergen, that sanctioned sites are going in this direction, and if that is hypothetically the better way to go because it's in a particular location or 2 or 3 or 4, where it can be much better managed and away, hopefully, from any housed residents near neighborhood parks. But vis-a-vis, what does that correlate to the current encampment protocol and whether or not we continue to need the encampment protocol down the road, and could it be eliminated and rescinded with a proper sanctioned site project and path forward. So I'm just hoping, Mayor Horvath, I sense Hamilton Police Service, if they're at the table, but maybe not at the table to the highest degree they could be, I'd love to ultimately know their opinion, and I hope it'll be part of the comprehensive directive staff departmentally is bringing forward in September per your direction. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. Just want to go to GM Mader to respond to the concern that you have. Please go ahead, GM Mader.
Through the chair to the councillor, absolutely, police are 100% involved in all aspects of planning, both during the protocol development, and they have been active participants in the weekly meetings that the encampment response team have. They are part of all planning aspects and have been consulted every step of the way and will continue to be consulted and are actively involved. Superintendent Hennick is actively involved in part of this discussion on how we proceed with the next steps. The issue of the ongoing protocol and the requirement for it will be very much dependent on how, as these sanctioned locations come to life, and the impact that it does have on the current situation when it comes to tents in parks, as to whether the encampment protocol needs to be amended, it can be rescinded. That will be coming back to this council for debate and determination, and then staff will take the guidance. Thank you.
Thank you, GM Mader, for your response and the thoroughness of your answer. Appreciate that, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor.
On this item?
On this item,
Okay.
yes. Just in general, just wanted to acknowledge that through the work of FCM, as well as the incredible work of our national housing advocate, the federal government did respond in April with a $250 million pot that is specifically about addressing encampments. And the hope of the fund is that we will see matching funds from the province here in Ontario in order to enable communities and cities to access community action plans that are focused on housing-first solutions that include supportive and transitional housing, housing-focused services, as well as rent supplements to end homelessness. And the hope of the federal government's program was to initiate the program this fall. And so I know that, between the federal government and provincial government, there's been a lot of talks, and we remain cautiously optimistic for some information coming through the province in order to meet this federal timeline in terms of implementation and dissemination of funds this fall. That said, I also want to recognize that the province of Ontario, there was some information that recently became public that puts those who are living encamped at nearly 250,000 in this entire province. 250,000 people are living in encampments across Ontario. And so I think it's really important for our residents in Hamilton to be aware of the scale and magnitude of the issue. I know it really does feel like sometimes it's only an experience in your own individual neighborhood when you can't contend with the conflict and what you're having to see every single day in your neighborhood park. But we really need to keep our scope in check there as a municipality and as neighbors, recognizing that there's 250,000 people in our province who are living encamped, and this is $1 billion solution that's required. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. We have no other speakers on this item. So Councillor Jackson, back to you on item 9, I believe. Oh, so I'm sorry, there's nothing on my screen that indicates Councillor Kretsch. So please go ahead, Councillor Kretsch.
Thanks. Just wanted to speak to this point briefly. The history of our encampment protocol is a little bit interesting, and I'm not sure if everyone here is really aware of it. Before 2020, when the Ferguson Street encampment happened and an injunction occurred, our encampment protocol comprised 1 page. After that, we developed in concert with the folks who were on hand a 2 to 3 page encampment protocol. Neither of those things really stood the test of time because we needed something robust and thoughtful to address the crisis in front of us, and we didn't have the legislative policies or tools with which to communicate with the public, for our city staff to do their work. Since 2020, city staff have done a tremendous amount of work developing policies, procedures, protocols, bringing motions here, budget, submissions. It's not either or. This problem is not going away tomorrow. And if we go backwards to having a sort of rescinding the encampment protocol or having a 1-page sheet being like encampments exist, we're going to do more harm than good.
That's a debate we'll have at that time about what the staff are going to bring forward.
I'm just responding to what Councillor Jackson said.
I'm just letting you know that's a conversation that we'll have when that decision is before our council.
Sure, and Councillor Jackson was allowed to make comments on. I'm responding to his comments. I'm not going to go on at length, but I'd like to finish what I was saying. I'm just trying to put the context together here that we're going to be faced with both these situations no matter what. And so as we go forward on this, let's keep that in mind, that 100% of individuals who are experiencing homelessness and have been deprived of housing are not going to be served by one model. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. I would suggest that the staff know very well what to keep in mind as this week travel through this very difficult path. We're now going to go to the next speaker on the list, which is Councillor Jackson on item 9, I believe.
I just want to make sure there aren't others ahead of me.
There's nothing on my list at this point, Councillor Jackson.
Okay, thank you. Just briefly, the encampment proposal, the encampment protocol distant proposal. I heard what Councillor Danko said. I respect his words very much. We're in a tricky situation, but Mayor Horvath, we had from the encampment protocol, we had a list of opportunities to provide potentially an expanded, enhanced list of restrictions on the current protocol that staff brought forward. I have the page in front of me now. The page here, Mayor Horvath, which is a public document, Appendix A, page 2. Suggestions such as the private property line minimum distance going from 10 meters proposed to 25, construction site from 25 meters to 100, funeral home minimal distance 100 meters to being part of the active business area, pathway minimum distance of 5 meters to 50, and property with heritage designation minimum distance of 5 to 50, including along monuments and memorials. I think over the last 3 months, we've heard from maybe about 7 or 8 wards, about half of our city, with representatives, citizen representative delegations coming in. And in spite of best efforts, we've heard primarily that the current encampment protocol has not been successful. It's been flawed and a failure. And if you recall, my 2 constituents, mothers who came in, very emotional, Cindy Jordash and Jenna McClory-Ragona, who would not respect and admire when a mother bear protects her cubs. You heard from both of those mothers the horrific experience they experienced on behalf of their children and never want to go through that again. And so if we're going to go back and just receive this today with no action, I get what we heard in camera, but at some point in time, there's legal and there's community. And I'm going to go back today and tell those two moms and many, many other constituents of mine with the overwhelming sentiment that's been expressed to me in the last 12 months of the encampment protocol that no enhanced restrictions, in spite of some proposed on the public document, were suggested, that we're not going to do any further enhanced restrictions, for me is unfortunate. And it's a non-starter. And I think that if you recall, the overwhelming sentiment of the delegates from downtown, the lower city, across the lower city, several wards on the mountain, even spreading into parts of Stony Creek, and now even I hear up in Mount Hope. I just think that at some point in time, we got to say community matters. And so that's why I'll be voting against just receiving item 9. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thanks, Councillor Jackson. And just to be clear, we are going to be getting a report back on the protocols and the potential changing, as you heard from GM Mader. And so I understand your position. I understand that you think it's a failure. I think we have a lot of work to go on this very difficult path, as I mentioned when Councillor Kretsch was speaking, and I think we just need to keep all that in mind. We have other work still to come. So on that note, then, we're now into Councillor Clark's comments, please.
Thank you. I'm going to vote to receive the protocol, and I'm going to support the work and the request that has been made to staff for a report back. I'm going to caution my colleagues. I understand that the protocol is not working, is not satisfactory to many people. I did not support encampments and parks. I still feel that way. The challenge that we have, as Councillor Danko has made his point, is that we are in a court process. That court process may very well be looking at these very issues of radial separations and distances between encampments and parks, and whether encampments can be in parks. If the city has spent as much money as we are, and we are adding more supportive housing, and we are adding more shelter space, then the court may look at that and deem it otherwise. But I do think it's important that this council get the advice of that court before we proceed. So let's get that decision, which I believe is going to be in October is when the hearing is. And we will have a much better understanding as to the court's view on the bylaw that the city has and whether or not we can proceed with other modifications. To do it blindly before we go to court puts the municipality in a very tenuous position in the courtroom. And we don't want to do that. We do not want to tie the hands of legal. We do not want to put our staff in a position where they're trying to explain why, while you were in the midst of a court process, you just jumped ahead and made a different decision. So while I understand councillors wanting to push back for their community, and I am one of them, I also understand the process. And let's follow that process. It will likely keep us out of trouble, and who knows, it may even help us resolve this issue in October. So be patient and continue the work that we are doing right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I don't see anybody else on the speakers list, so I believe what we will be doing first is voting on item 9 separately. So let's have the vote on item 9 up, please. That carries 11 to 4. We are now going to go to the balance of the General Issues Committee report, which was moved by Councillor Jackson and seconded by Councillor McMeekin. So we'll go to that vote now, please, too. And that carries 15 to 0. Thanks very much. And as folks know, Councillor Wang is now on her way to Ottawa, as she had mentioned that she would be, if folks are wondering why our voting is short by one council member. Yeah, go Councillor Wang. So now we're on to the requirement to waive the notice provision. So Councillor Jackson, may I please have the motion to waive the notice provision in order to introduce the Planning Committee Report 24-011, Public Health Committee Report 24-007, and Public Works Committee Report 24-010.
I sense your exasperation, Mayor Horvath. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 15 Councillor Ted McMeekin, that Section 5.8, Paragraph 2 of the City's Procedural Bylaw 21-021, as amended, which provides that a minimum of 2 days shall pass before the report of Standing Committee, the Selection Committee, or other committee that reports directly to Council is presented to Council to provide adequate opportunity for review. That it be waived in order to consider the Planning Committee Report 24-011, the Public Health Committee Report 24-007, and the Public Works Committee Report 24-010. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Can we have a vote then on the waiving of the notice provision? That carries 15 to 0. Thanks very much. So the first report then before us is the Planning Committee Report 24-011, August 13th, 2024. And let's not forget we have a couple of conflicts that we'll have to vote on separately to allow those to be recorded. So Councillor Kassar, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Planning Committee Report?
Of course, Mayor Horvath. It's moved by me, seconded by First Vice Chair Maureen Wilson, that Planning Committee Report 24-011, being the meeting held on Tuesday, August 13th, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thanks very much. So as I mentioned, due to a declared conflict on item 3 respecting the appeal by Aird and Burles LP on behalf of Fengate Homestead Holdings Inc. LP of Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment Application UHOPA 22-008 Zoning Bylaw Amendment Application ZAC 22-017 and draft plan of the subdivision application 25T-202202 to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lack of decision for lands located at 3054 Homestead Drive and 9174 and 9166 Airport Road West, Glanbrook, PED 24062. Item 3 will have to be voted on separately. But before we get to the votes, we would need to have anybody who would like to speak to items on this agenda. Please identify. So we have a speakers list starting. Councillor, I'm just going to read this out. Want to make sure that it's correct, what's in front of me. Councillors Clark, Kretsch, Francis, Jackson. Okay, that's good. Okay, Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 items that I'll speak to, so I'll do the first one and then move on to another councillor. It's item 5, which is the application for an official plan amendment zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 2064 and 2070 Rymel Road East in Glanbrook. This proposal is a 10-story rental apartment building on Rymel Road. It backs onto some townhomes, and to the west, it has a commercial property. I supported it at planning, and I'd like to give the rationale. I understand that there are some residents that are concerned about privacy. I raised those issues with the planner during the process and with staff, and he modified the plan to ensure that the building itself was done in a way where it's kind of cantilevered back. So for example, the first floor is at a specific height, the second floor moves back, the third floor moves back, the fourth floor moves back. And so what you get from that is that the larger, the apartments that are at the top can't look into the properties at the bottom. So that's why it was designed in that peculiar way, and you'll see it when it's constructed. I supported this building because Rymal Road is not only a future rapid transit route. Rymal Road is actually a designated transit corridor. It is designated as an arterial road. Those are the roads that we are looking at for specific towers, as Councillor Jackson spoke to, along that planning route. So that was always intended that along that road there would be some apartment buildings. Not every single strip of it, but we have, if you go up there, folks, a lot of medium density townhomes, some stacked townhomes, and some future plans for additional towers. This is one of the areas where, if I may refer back to Councillor Wilson's commentary, we look at it based on the plans and we look at it based on our planning and legal powers as to what is appropriate for this property. I have voted against an 8-story tower, but it's in a completely different property with completely different challenges. So each one has to be looked at by itself independently. And so in this case, I can support this. I think it makes complete sense. I think that the concerns of the residents are valid and we mitigated the majority of those concerns. I understand that some residents are still uncomfortable with it going in. And I completely get it. If I was living there, I would be too. But the reality is, the legislation has changed so dramatically with the province that we have to look at multi-residential development and we just can't say no to them anymore. So we did it based on planning. The staff did an excellent job on the application, and I fully support it, and I'd be happy to answer any questions from my colleagues, and those are my comments on item 5. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. We have, as I mentioned, a number of people on the list. Is anybody else wanting to speak to this particular item, item 5? They're in order. Okay, so then Councillor Kretsch is next. Okay, so on item 5. Anybody else on item 5 that's on the list? No. Okay, so thank you. So the order is by the agenda. Is that correct? By the report, rather?
It is, and I believe Councillor Clark was still first. He had a second item, and I believe he would like to start the discussion on item 10.
Okay.
It's actually on item 7. So item 7, excuse me, Mayor, is an application for an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for lands located at 196, 198, 200, and 202 Upper Mount Albion Road in Stony Creek. It is proposing a 9-story condo building with varying, a number of singles, a number of doubles, and even some 3-bedroom apartments. It is in a very unique situation. If you look at the north of it, there's a cul-de-sac, because if you can't go any further, you're going to hit the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the upper Red Hill Link. If you look to the west of it, it is a sprawling commercial development, restaurants, some fine dining. There are theaters, there is a grocery store, and there is a number of box stores, Best Buy and Home Depot. This development here really helps us to continue our progress in making this a walkable community. We have more and more residents that are walking to Sobeys and walking home with their groceries. They walk to the movie theater at night and they walk home. It has become a condensed community with a number of apartment buildings that are being built around it, and we're seeing the vibrancy come to life. So this is another one that I supported. It's on like I said, it's on Upper Mount Albion in a cul-de-sac. There are two residents to the north and two to the south. There's a stormwater management pond in behind, and it's a project that I support. I think it makes great sense. And once again, it's based on good planning. It's not based necessarily on residents opposing something. It's based on good planning and taking the concerns of the residents into consideration. There were two considerations that we had to look at, and both of them were with regards to the construction, the noise, the dust, et cetera. And so we mitigated all of those concerns through this process and through site plan. So I'm pleased that this is here, and I fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Clark. Okay, so we are now on to, is there anybody else on item 7? I just want to make sure that I'm doing what we need to do. Councillor Jackson, please, then, on item 7.
Thank you very much, Mayor Horvath, and appreciate from a modification to the zoning standpoint, the ward councillor's support and explanation for it. Could I just, I'm not Picasso, but I'm going to try to paint a bit of a picture from a different perspective. A business constituent of mine who owns property and a number of holdings in my ward reached out to me, who owns property along exactly this stretch of Upper Mount Albion Road. And I want to ask, I've already consulted with Councillor Clark in advance of today's meeting and with his permission, respectful of him being the ward councillor. And I also consulted in advance with Acting General Manager Steve Robichaud. Here's the issue on behalf of my business constituent who owns land along there. Mayor Horvath, I'll try not to make this too convoluted. They have sent, by the way, an appeal letter in, an objection, we'll call it an objection letter in, and I'm just going to read from the lawyer on behalf of my business constituent, who are simply asking if there's any possibility of referring this matter back to staff, to the ward councillor, not on the zoning aspect, not on the project proposal aspect at all, but on the cost-sharing aspect of what's happened. And what has happened is my business constituent has already opened up land on that strip, and what the city requires is, if you will, Mayor Horvath, if you're the first to develop land on that particular strip of land, you upfront the entire municipal servicing costs, with the understanding that somewhere along the way down the road, after you are the original opening it up, then developer A, developer X, developer Z that come along will reimburse and provide cost-sharing reimbursement to the original developer that upfronted 100% of the cost. I'll quickly read to you, and then I'm asking General Manager Robichaud for his remarks and explanation. And I understand, and may Mayor Horvath be tied in somehow, some way with recent new Bill 185. And also my business constituent wanted to offer apologies. He was out of town, and unfortunately, he would have provided 100% better explanation in person, delegating this past Tuesday at planning. He was out of town till Wednesday. I'm going to quickly read from his lawyer's letter and then turn it over to General Manager Robichaud. This is about, Tom, good planning and public interest are at stake. Often landowners are asked by the city to front end an oversized municipal infrastructure to anticipate intensification and further development in the same vicinity. While this imposes significant additional costs on the landowners have accepted this burden on the understanding that future applicants would be required to pay their fair share of the services that have been installed. Without such assurances, it is likely that landowners will resist providing any infrastructure.
That might have been me because I lifted up my screen so I can see all the pretty faces on this side of the thing. So that might have been an accident on my computer or my screen. Sorry, Councillor Jackson, nothing
If it was
personal.
anyone else not forgiven, but Mayor, your worship, head of council, you are forgiven. Thank you. So I'm going to wrap up quickly here and get to my question to General Manager Robichaud. Without such assurances, it is likely that landowners will resist providing any infrastructure or municipal services that are not solely required for the current application. This would seriously challenge good planning of our communities. Their simple request is for a referral back to C, not against the zoning, not against the project, but they're stymied and at a roadblock of not getting their cost-sharing reimbursement. Long preamble through you, Mayor Horwath, to Acting General Manager Robichaud, please.
Thank you.
And if I'm past my time, put me down for a second time.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I don't know what your time is anymore because I made a mistake on my screen.
All right. I'll try not to
GM
abuse it.
Robichaud, if you please.
Acting General Manager, if you'll understand the essence of this, please.
Through you, Madam Chairman, to the councillor. To confirm the information, through Bill 108, the province removed the right of a third-party appeals to an official plan amendment or a zoning bylaw amendment. Previously, through other pieces of legislation, the province removed the right of third-party appeals to draft plans of subdivision and minor variances. So unless the application directly affects your lands under Bill 108, landowners have no right of appeal of a zoning bylaw amendment or an official plan amendment adopted by this council. So in this case, an adjacent property owner cannot appeal council's decision to approve the rezoning or the official plan amendment. As it relates to the issue of cost sharing and new information, I was just briefed this morning with some new information. In 2008, the adjacent commercial development was the draft plan of subdivision for that was approved and a subdivision agreement was entered into with the landowner. That agreement said that the city would use its best efforts on a cost recovery for the properties that are currently subject to this official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. But that agreement had a 10-year sunset provision, and that if either party did not request an extension before the agreement lapsed, then it would lapse, and that would have been in 2018. In 2021, the landowner's agent approached the city and said, "We missed the deadline. Is there any way to reactivate that clause?" After consultation with the city's legal department in 2021, city staff wrote back to the owner and said, unfortunately, as per the agreement, there is no mechanism to reinstate that policy. And the applicant did not pursue, there was no further discussions or dialogue with the applicant as a result of that staff decision that staff were not in a position to be able to reinstate that agreement. So unfortunately, that means that the cost sharing, we did put a cost sharing arrangement was put in place. As the owner did not seek an extension, that provision lapsed. And then as they came back to the city in 3 years' time, we said, as per the agreement, there is nothing that can be done. So this just came to, I apologize, I was just advised of this late yesterday, early this morning. And then to get back to your other statement, yes, the landowner in this case, the adjacent landowner, cannot appeal council's decision because under Bill 185, the province has removed their ability to file an appeal. We had warned the province that this could be one of the unintended consequences of their decisions, and the province was aware of this. This is why they previously did not proceed with removing third-party appeals in previous drafts of legislation, but notwithstanding that, as per Bill 185, there are no third-party appeals. I hope that answers your questions, Councillor.
It sure does, Mayor Horwath. Acting General Manager Robichaud, that's why you're our Acting General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. That was such a thorough, comprehensive answer that filled in some gaps for me in terms of timeline within a 10-year period of expiry opportunity, and even in 3 years ago, a further opportunity to explore and investigate that did not come to fruition for my business constituent. Mayor Horwath, can I just ask one last supplementary, and that'll be it for me, or am I beyond now?
Well, I'm not, we'll let you, we'll give you a little bit of latitude. Councillor Clark wants to speak on this for a second time, so we might as well get it all
right,
there
thank you very much. Thanks, Councillor Clark. Supplementary then, Acting General Manager Robichaud. In theory then, Are you at all concerned moving forward with Bill 108? And I'm sorry, I had Bill 185 down. I know that's a recent planning document as well. But Bill 108, are you at all in theory, forget this application, are you at all concerned in theory that developer A buys land on that particular road and opens up at 100% cost to him or her for municipal services, and then down the road, developer XYZ come along, they don't have to worry at all about cost sharing, and they're going to enormously benefit from the original who opened up that land? And that's my last question.
GM Robichaud?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Sorry, I think it is Bill 185. You were correct, Councillor. It was just so many pieces of legislation, it's hard to keep track of all of them.
I was correct with the acting GM of
Thank you for correcting me, Councillor.
Not at all.
I can tell you, this has been an issue and a concern that city staff have had in terms of cost-sharing arrangements and ensuring that the people who install the works get compensated for the costs. One of the concerns is how long it can take. So for example, we had a situation where services were installed and then 20 years later, it came time for the cost sharing, the reimbursement, and the interest on those costs were greater than the cost to put a new sewer in. So in that circumstance, the developer was proposing, I'm just going to put my own sewer in, as opposed to paying twice for the same sewer. In response to this issue, though, as you can see, like we are doing in Fruitland, Winona, is the requirement for landowner groups with all the major landowners participating, which provides for that cost sharing arrangement. So they know going in who is going to pay, which lands are going to have a park on them, a stormwater management pond, or who's going to be responsible for oversizing infrastructure. The group itself will then pay for those costs, and then internally they have a mechanism to recoup those costs. Where we have small individual properties, then through that policy framework, we will put in place how we will deal with this sort of situation we're dealing today, where we had 4 single-family homes, and then who's responsible for collecting the costs. But that would be negotiated as part of the landowner agreement and the agreement between the city and the development consortium to ensure that we don't have this situation going forward. So it's been part of changing our framework and our best practices in these new developing areas to ensure that we don't have these situations where we're monitoring multiple agreements and sometimes, the individual lets it lapse and then we have this unfortunate situation. So that is how we've been responding to it, as well as several years ago, we updated all of our financial policies so it's very clear and explicit. Everybody knows going in what that situation is going to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the most elaborate explanations. Further, Acting GM, obviously you're taking the future way of approaching this under advisement, more from a group type situation if there's multiple partners. Sounds like my business constituent, unfortunately, just may be unlucky on this particular matter. Mayor Horvath, thank you for your indulgence. Much appreciated.
Thank you. I think it's important that folks who are not on the Planning and Economic Development Committee also have a better understanding through this conversation, so I appreciate it. Thanks, Jim Robichaud. Acting GM Robichaud. We have Councillor Danko and then Councillor Clark for a second time. On this item, Councillor Danko.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question for clarification. When items come up from before the Planning Committee, we always want to speak in terms of who the actual parties are. So just so I'm clear who we're talking about, instead of business constituent or adjacent landowner, who specifically is brought these concerns forward.
Can I respond through you, Mayor
Absolutely,
Horvath, to Councillor Danko? More than happy to, Councillor Danko. This was from the legal representative Scott Snyder of TMA Law on behalf of representing Winterberry Paramount Corporation and the particular individual as owner of the company, Gerald Asa of Effort Trust as well. Hope that helps, Councillor Danko. Thank you.
It does. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. We're now on to Councillor Clark for a second time. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and I appreciate Councillor Jackson's questions on behalf of his business constituent. I just want to stress that our staff did nothing wrong on how this process was processed. In my ward, as in some of the other wards that have a lot of development, from time to time we get developers who don't agree with us. I know that's shocking. And we do have disputes between developers over who's going to pay what for a stormwater management pond. For example, I had one where there were 3 developers arguing over you should pay more, I should pay less, et cetera, et cetera. We do our best to mediate, but really it's up to the landowners to help sort that out. And when we have an agreement in place, they have to pay attention to the agreement. I don't think the city should be the one trying to follow through on all of these funding agreements. Our job is to get the application in place and then get the development up and going. I understand this situation, and it is unfortunate that it happened in the manner that it did. But I want to make it clear, Mayor, that Mr. Robichaud and the planning staff did an excellent job on this application, and they have made no errors with regards to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark, much appreciated. We're now on to the next item for under discussion in this report, which would be item 10. And just so folks know, we have Councillor Kretsch, Councillor Francis, and Councillor Maureen Wilson on item 10. So Councillor Kretsch, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to respond to some of the comments about towers and about nobody wanting towers. Also about whether or not we get good quality design. I think these things are important to talk about. Really briefly, we are not approving towers as an exception, not a rule. So there are situations where, I'm going to take the word towers out of this, where low-rise, mid-rise, and high-rise buildings where people live. That's right. Sometimes we don't approve certain applications as a planning committee because we have a site-specific planning application process in the city, which allows us to look at the nuanced context, not just brush everything with the word tower, but look at each individual situation. I specifically spoke out about the 45-story building on the waterfront, and I gave really specific reasons why I didn't support that. It wasn't just that I was opposed to towers, that I thought that that was a luxury development that didn't fit with the neighborhood, and so on. By and large, though, I've been very supportive of development downtown, with only two notable exceptions. And so I think it's important for us to speak to that. Also, we are actually enabling good quality design through the downtown secondary plan. Recently, at planning committee just passed, we approved a 12-story building on James Street that's going to do exactly that. That's going to look at preserving a heritage podium of 3 stories. It's going to look at providing much-needed rental housing, some of it affordable, and is going to be a good quality design. So I think it's important for us to think about how we densify inside the urban boundary, why it's important for us to do so, and all the, frankly, I'll use the word missing teeth. That's a word that people use a lot across our city, inside the urban boundary. I was really proud to lead a project in the last term of council before as a councillor with 12 volunteers across the city that looked at every single underutilized piece of land in the entire urban boundary, just volunteers, going on Google Maps, looking to see where there are underutilized land, and we found that there was a tremendous amount of space across the city, on the mountain, in Stony Creek, downtown, you name it, everywhere across our city where we could utilize land to build density. We found places where there were 1-story buildings that we could say, hey, when we're going to renew that 1-story building in 10 years from now, when it's no longer functional for some reason, we're going to not just do that, we're going to build on top of it with 10 or 12 or 13 or 14 stories. So we absolutely can do the work of keeping things within the urban boundary, and I think it's important that we continue to look at each individual application on the merits it's received and speak to those without looking at this as a tower versus non-tower discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kretsch, and for that good work that was done during the last term of council with the volunteers. Councillor Francis, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath, and just responding as well. I just want to say how insulting it is for some to insinuate that supporting our local democracy is the cause for the affordability crisis. Somehow supporting our local democracy is fostering an affordability crisis or a housing crisis, and that local democracy is the problem. Are you kidding me?
So, Councillor Francis, can I just ask that you don't accuse your colleagues of insulting you?
I got to accuse myself.
Please go ahead.
And you know what's theater, Mayor Horvath? Believing the only way we could possibly respect taxpayers is by spending more and showing no fiscal restraint around here. Theater is believing that shoving development down the residents' throats against their will is the only solution to this affordability crisis. That's theater.
Thank you, Councillor Francis. We're now on to Councillor Maureen Wilson, please. And I would just ask, these conversations are ones that are have many facets, and I don't really think that the conversation should be personalized. These are policy matters, so let's keep it on the high road and talk from a policy perspective. I think that will that's what people of Hamilton deserve, and that will help us actually tackle some of these challenges as our cities growing and as the pressure continues to increase around development. And so please go ahead, Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. My comments are, questions are with respect to item 10, draft framework for processing and evaluating urban boundary expansion applications, through you to acting city planner Fayback or to acting general manager Robichaud. I just want to make sure I understand the process moving from specifically draft to non-draft. If I could ask then for staff to comment, we have this draft framework. We also understand that we have, as we speak, some applications which are seeking to break our urban boundary. We have some time constraints. Can you walk me through how this draft framework will be used or not used in the assessment of those applications? And the reason I'm asking is I would like to focus on one aspect, and that's the financial assessment of urban boundary expansions. And I'm just trying to understand the timing involved, through the chair.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Acting Director Fayback, please.
Good morning, through the chair. Anita Fayback, Acting Director of Planning and Chief Planner. To start, I would say there's sort of two processes that are going to run concurrently. So what's in front of council today is a draft framework. And so the intent of this framework and for staff is to start the consultation process on the draft framework, getting feedback from the industry, First Nations, residents. So there's a whole plan in terms of how that consultation will occur. In the meantime, we recognize that there are existing applications and likely will be applications coming in shortly for urban boundary expansion official plan amendments. And so the ask for this report is that staff apply that framework on an interim basis while we continue and complete that consultation process, recognizing that the legislative changes happened suddenly, and so staff are trying to adapt as quickly as possible. So while not ideal, at least staff would have a framework. Is currently the official plan does not contain any policies around urban boundary expansions. And so so staff will undertake that consultation process and then report back to council with a final framework based, incorporating the comments received or response to those comments received. But what will also be happening at the same time, if you note, the framework includes a number of submission requirements and studies. Staff need to prepare terms of references for those studies. Some of them we currently have, and some we need to develop so that applicants know what we're going to be looking for from those studies, and then staff have a framework in which to evaluate those studies as well. So as I indicated, the report is asking for direction to be given to staff to consult, and then we'll report back on the framework and also report back on the final official plan amendment policies that would be required to implement the framework.
Thank you so very much for that explanation, Acting City Planner Fayback. So we have both an element of urgency here to develop a framework because we have applications that have been submitted for a boundary expansion, contrary to this community's wish. But we also want to engage in some consultation to further inform that framework. So it is a bit of a tension, if you will, which leads me to my second question, and that is the framework itself, and specifically the financial assumptions or the methodology that will be used to inform what is the financial implication of these boundary expansions. And Mayor Horvath, when this community amassed a historic coalition of residents who came out to the Ancaster Arts Center, they came out to the fairgrounds, thank you. They came out and postcards initiated, thank you, by Councillor Clark, so that everyone had an opportunity to participate. They told us resoundingly that they want a firm urban boundary. And they got to that position, Mayor Horvath, as you know, for a whole bunch of different reasons. And sometimes they could web those reasons together. They came to the conclusion from much experience borne by this city that sprawl is neither financially or environmentally sustainable. And some were more passionately moved by the financial aspect, some were more passionately moved by the environmental aspect. We don't have a methodology at present to account for the financial implications and the lost opportunity that comes with infill on sprawl. So my request then is to work with the consultant, Dylan, I believe, who is informing and helping us on this, to further populate for the public's review that financial assessment. And I have submitted something to my colleagues. It was as a consequence of a discussion that took place at planning, and I promised to come back with something more formal, and given our condensed schedule, it's a bit tricky, but if I could ask the folks in the center of the horseshoe to put it on the screen so that I might read from it for you, council's consideration. If not, I can just begin reading. Thank you. This is my request, in addition to that which is set out before us on item 10, that staff be requested to work with the assigned consultant to the draft framework to ensure that the financial assessment that's being used of infrastructure extensions into greenfield areas compared to upgrades and renewals within our existing urban boundary accounts for the cost per hectare basis and the opportunities to generate additional property tax revenue via the enrichment of adjacent properties. This has been something in which we have been talking about. We know that often the reason that some developers wish to extend into greenfields, Mayor Horvath, it is cheaper. And the financial methodology in which we use to account for that cost doesn't actually, it's, in my opinion, not fulsome. Because A, it doesn't calculate the generational impact of that investment to taxpayers and the next generation of taxpayers, but B, it does it on a way in which it bleeds or spreads the cost over a large geographic mass, which dilutes the per unit cost of it. And that's why when you do an insert of a, say, a 500 millimeter water main on York, it's expensive. But if you break it down on a per hectare basis, like any good farmer would, to my folks on the rural side, they would know that it's actually much more fiscally sound in which to maximize that crop yield on a per hectare basis rather than spread it out first. And then the second part, as city builders knows, is what are we going to be able to do on the uplift of that? Because everything we put into the ground becomes a liability. It only becomes an asset when it actually is paid for by itself, by the type of development that goes in and around it. That's the essence of my question or my motion for your consideration. Thank you.
Okay, so just thank you very much, Councillor Wilson. I guess my question would be, and I'm going to look to the clerk, we have a number of other speakers on this item. So do we deal with the motion first, or do we go to the other speakers and then have the motion dealt with? Motion first?
Motion first, presuming there's a seconder.
Okay, that's seconded by Councillor Kassar. So, Councillor Wilson, you've introduced your motion. I believe you've spoken to it unless you wish to speak to it further. So then we'll take any speakers to the motion which was moved by Councillor Wilson. Can you put it back on the screen, please? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Wilson and seconded by Councillor Kassar. And so on the amendment then, Councillor Tattison, please.
Always looking at the workload of staff and the immediacy of the need to produce this as soon as possible. Is that going to slow things down to a point that we're not going to get an answer by the time we need it?
Through the chair to the councillor, I would say no, that it will not slow it down. It provides added direction to staff and to the consultant that would be considered in both the framework itself and I would say in terms of the financial impact analysis submission requirements.
Councillor Tattison?
Okay, thanks. I agree. Fulsome data is always important to have when we're making decisions. So thank you.
Thanks very much. Can we put there's some councillors that would like to see the motion in front of them, please. I don't see anybody else on the list, but I'm going to give it a minute so that people can get on the list if they wish to. Councillor Danko, please.
Thank you. I really appreciate Councillor Wilson bringing this forward. As a council, we often talk quite a bit about the costs to the municipality, and that was part of the discussion at Planning Committee. And I was pleased to see that as part of the framework, we're considering the life cycle costs, including the second cycle replacement costs of infrastructure when that infrastructure is assumed by the municipality and has to be replaced at some point in the future and is therefore paid for by municipal taxpayers. It's something that we hear quite often from the development industry is that while we pay development charges, that pays for infrastructure. And in the case of these urban boundary expansion applications that, oh, well, all that infrastructure is going to be paid for by the development, so there's no cost to municipality. So including that, the life cycle costs in the financial evaluation is critical. But I think what is being done here is also considering the revenue side of the equation. And you can't just consider the costs without considering the opportunities for revenue and economic uplift because there are two sides to the same coin. So in this case, when if a developer comes forward, is proposing development outside of the urban boundary, a sprawl development, and is claiming that while all the infrastructure is paid for by the development, we really need to look closely at it. What is the revenue potential on a tax density basis per hectare in order to have a fulsome picture of the impact to municipal taxpayers? And that's where what's been described as the sprawl Ponzi scheme really falls apart. So I'm looking forward to a fulsome inclusion of that in our framework to have a fair and accurate representation of the true costs of greenfield sprawl development on municipal taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. Councillor Kassar, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor Horvath. Just to be real brief, to build on Councillor Wilson and Councillor Danko's comments, just to give I think a real simple example to help those that may be struggling a little bit with the topic, because it is something new that we've been talking about and hasn't been ingrained in our municipal processes. If we build a kilometer of roads and sewers in a suburban area, which that's what urban expansion areas would be, that can service X number of homes and X number of people. If we have that same kilometer of infrastructure within the urban boundary, that could be 10x or more of people that it serves and the resulting revenue that comes with that. So from a municipal finance perspective, it is much more productive to have more people paying taxes for a quantity of infrastructure than less. I think we can all agree with that. And that's where this motion is going. And that's the type of thinking we need to have in order to be responsible governors. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kassar. Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So with the motion as written, will it include in the core, towers that need to address the size of the pipes. You have 20 stories or 40 stories now. There's not insufficient room in the sewer pipes and the stormwater pipes, and they have to build some type of collection system to hold back that sewage. Will all that be included, including the upgrades to the size of the pipes to allow and accept the pressure?
Thanks, Councillor Clark. I'll look over to the Planning and Economic Development staff, although this is about urban boundary expansion, but I do take your point, and it's the core and other parts of the older city as well, not just in the core where there may be pressures with the intensification and addition of units. So we'll take it over to Acting General Manager Robichaud, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor. So as part of the work that we're doing in terms of updating the water and wastewater master plan, we are looking at those infrastructure upgrades that would be required, whether it along the LRT corridor or other parts of the city, to facilitate intensification and reurbanization. One of the challenges from a costing perspective on those reurbanizations is are there benefiting property owners, existing service levels, and then what upgrades are required to facilitate that new development, and then how do we apportion the costs amongst that? So through the development charges or site-specific infrastructure upgrades relating to a development proposal, but we know if there's an existing sewer that may have 25 years of life, then who pays for that sort of existing sewer replacement cost versus is that would that fall into the levy as a general cost, or the ratepayer, I mean, as because there's no sort of benefit to that sewer upgrade now, but then it gets assigned those different things. So we are looking at that fiscal strategy on the reurbanization piece, which is different than in a greenfield situation where it is new infrastructure that is being installed for the first time and all of the benefits accrue to that development as opposed to an existing situation. But we are aware of that cost differential and being factored into both the water and wastewater master plan, the future development charges update, and our financial policies going forward to facilitate intensification and reurbanization. Thank you.
And so may I ask an ancillary, which will help guide me on this motion. So when we're doing and making calculations to our development charges in the suburban area, we look at the services that exist and the new services that are required. I'm just paraphrasing to make it really simple to everyone understand. That could include pipes, that could include fire service, whatever the case is. In the core of a large urban city with our history, who then pays for a change in pipes and storage of water and sewer capacity? Is it the taxpayers that pay for that, or is that rolled into development charge because the development is putting the fiscal pressure on the municipality to make these changes earlier than were planned by the municipality?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Councillor, you are correct. In that situation where a infill development is driving the need for that infrastructure upgrade, it, depending on the nature of that infrastructure upgrade, if it requires, a kilometer of pipe to be upgraded, a portion of that cost was directly attributable to development, and that is the developer's share. There is a portion there, though, if the sewer needs to be upgraded anyway to provide that maintained service from an asset management perspective, then that cost just to maintain good level of service is not the developer's cost, but falls either onto the rates or the levy budget, because it's not really benefiting development. It's benefiting existing customers who rely on that service for water or wastewater considerations. So there's a different sort of cost sharing arrangement in that situation, as opposed to in a greenfield area. There's 100% developer cost up until they reach those cost sharing policies. Then there's a city share through development charges that kicks in. But even in the development charge bylaw, as you're aware, there is a benefit to existing homeowners or landowners. So not 100% of those infrastructure costs are captured through a development charge. There are those mandatory discounts, and I believe it might be 15% discount to benefiting property owners, and the other 85% is accrued development. So there was always sort of a municipal share in any of those infrastructure considerations, unless it's a local service where it's 100% developer share through the subdivision approvals process or any other approvals process where they have to trigger an upgrade. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll make a very quick comment. I'm going to support the motion. Be careful what we wish for. If we're looking at Mississauga, which is a newer municipality, and their core costs are completely different because they put pipes in the ground to match and plan for the future development of the municipality versus the city of Hamilton with very old infrastructure, combined sewers, that when we start putting in those 20-story, 40-story towers, it puts immense pressure on the system, and someone has to pay for that. And so it will be very interesting to see the outcome of this study, but I thought I would mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Yes, thanks, Your Worship, and I'll try to be brief. This is a very smart motion. I wouldn't expect anything other from my esteemed colleague from Ward 1. We often end up intuiting what we think the costs are. We intuit that I think most occasions accurately that it's to our economic benefit to extend existing services where they already exist rather than manufacturing more and exacerbating, by definition, our very dysfunctional assessment ratio, but that's getting pretty technical. I don't think we want to feed the hand that bites us either. We know that there are some politicals out there who one day will say, I'm very, very, very sorry for breaking my promise and there's no health in me. It's like going to an Anglican church, I guess, you know. But then try to create a situation where they can get somebody else to do what one councillor here described as their dirty work for them. And so I think it's important that the kind of motion that Councillor Wilson has put lead us, hopefully, to as integrated thinking as possible in the context of the ongoing struggle to restore and do so intentionally our planning autonomy, which is slowly being eroded, and not to anybody's advantage. Thanks, Councillor Wilson.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor McMeekin. I don't see anybody else on the amendment, so then that is before us. Just so folks know, we will vote on the amendment now, please, which is item G on the screen. Please put the vote up and we'll have that vote. And that carries 13-0. Thanks very much. So then we're back on to item 10 as a whole. That's item 10, I believe. Can we scroll back to the list, please, that I had? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Okay, so back on to that item as a whole, item 10. Councillor Clark, did you have any comments that you wanted to make further?
I had some questions of staff just so that I understand exactly what the heck is going on. The first question would be, the Planning Act used to say, not sure if it still does say, that every 5 years to 10 years you have to do a comprehensive review to look at what lands you need for development. Does that still exist? Do we still have to go through a municipally initiated comprehensive review of our entire city every 10 years?
Jim Robichaud, acting.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the councillor, sort of. The requirement for the municipal comprehensive review was in the provincial growth plan, Places to Grow. The province is proposing that once the new provincial policy statement comes out, the Places to Grow will be repealed, and there will no longer be a requirement for a municipal comprehensive review. But you are correct in terms of the Planning Act does require every 10 years. Municipality is required to hold a statutory public meeting to consider whether or not there is a need to review the official plan. The province is encouraging all municipalities to ensure that their official plans are up to date and current, as well as they're implementing zoning bylaw. So there may be, depending what language they put in the new provincial policy statement, around encouraging or requiring municipalities to do it. But many of those growth management elements that were previously in the growth plan have been replaced because the new provincial policy statement in its draft form provides much more flexibility now for landowners to initiate urban boundary expansions rather than waiting for municipalities to do the 10-year review, so that landowners at any point in time can start an urban boundary growth needs process. Thank you.
Councillor Clark?
So in the old days, and I've been on council now 14 years, so I guess that classifies as the old days. We planned our communities. We went through a formalized process, the MCR, and we planned our communities. If I use Ward 9, Mayor, as an example, it is a planned community. So we did secondary plans on every component of Ward 9. So Ward 9 is completely planned. It went through public consultation, and we know our intentions. Developers can always come in and they think they know a little bit more, and they make modifications, and we do some work to understand whether or not their modifications will work, and we share that information with the public. And if they object, we try to find ways to mitigate the objections, which is why I have had very few, if any, actual OLT appeals in my ward, because we worked the process. What I'm seeing here, and I'm going to paraphrase it if you don't mind, Mayor, is the Wild West of planning. So if you hire a gunslinger that comes in and says, I got a great plan, we can extend the urban boundary this way. And then another guy comes in with his gunslinger, and another guy comes in with their gun. Next thing you know, we have a dozen, and I'm not exaggerating, Mayor, a dozen proposed expansions to the urban plan, which we now need to deal with in a formalized manner because the province of Ontario changed the rules and took it basically out of the hands of the municipality and gave it freehold to developers. Make your pitches. So while they turned around and originally said no to our decision on the urban boundary, and then they reversed it and said, yep, that decision will be upheld. Now, in fact, they have gutted that decision with this Wild West approach. I'm not asking you to be political, but realistically, are we looking at potentially dozens of applications for expansions? Could be small ones, could be big ones, could be consolidated ones. All of the Alfreda, all of those developers could come together and say, yep, we want to go ahead with Alfreda. Am I understanding that's the government of Ontario's intention?
Thanks,
Mayor.
Councillor Clark. Acting GM Robichaud, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Councillor, while I can't comment on the government's intention, the outcome of Bill 185 and the changes to the policy framework is exactly what you are describing. So with, in Alfreda or 20 Road East or 20 Road West, it may be one application by a consortium of landowners, and it could be all of the affected landowners, it could be 50% of the landowners, or the individual landowners could choose to make their own applications. And I believe there's approximately 100 to 125 large parcels of land within the Alfreda area. So we could see 2 applications for Alfreda, or we could see 125 applications. That is one of the unknowns that we as staff are facing. That is why we put in a scalable application fee to recognize that there could be a small application or there could be a larger application, and it has to reflect the volume of work. It will have staff resourcing implications, and should the landowners appeal the decision of council to the OLT, it will have implications for our colleagues in legal in terms of how they resource that and defend council's decision. But that is one of the unintended consequences. And you are right to your preamble, your earlier comments. The City of Hamilton has always been a leader in integrating land use planning with infrastructure planning and a financing strategy. In addition to the certainty of that process, then extended to the other services that are equally important in neighborhoods, whether it be delivered by parks and community centers and those services, or working with the school board so that they knew where their growth would be accommodated. This is going to create a lot of pressure in terms of service delivery, especially if these random ad hoc urban boundary expansions get approved. Then how do we ensure that there's adequate both public works related infrastructure, roads, sewers, stormwater management, as well as parks and programming those parks. And then finally for our other partners, school boards, et cetera, how do we then manage what could be the ultimate intermittent situation where you have growth all over the urban edge, and if that becomes very expensive to deliver services to in a timely fashion. Thank you.
So earlier, Mayor, we had a situation where we had our urban boundary, we had our official plans. If a developer wanted to submit plans outside of our official plan that didn't agree with our official plan, didn't agree with our urban boundary, they could do so, but if the city and the council said no, there was no appeal. What happens now?
Through you, Madam Chairman, that is correct. Previously, they could not appeal council's decision, whether that was not to make a decision on the application or to deny the application. Now, an urban boundary expansion application effectively is treated as a regular, normal official plan amendment application. So 120 days after that official plan amendment application is being deemed complete, the landowner has the right to appeal it to the OLT for non-decision. Or should council deny the application before that 120-day clock or at any time in the process, the landowner has the right to appeal council's denial of the application to the OLT, and then the OLT will make a determination on whether or not to approve the official plan amendment. Thank you.
Is the clock ticking on any applications that we have already received?
Through you, Madam Chairman, or Madam Mayor, sorry, there are 2 urban boundary expansion applications that have been appealed to the OLT for non-decision, and those are in the 20 Road West area adjacent to Garner Road. In addition, there are 2 applications that were submitted between the different ministers and the decisions that for secondary plans when the lands were in the urban boundary or in the urban area. Both of those applications were deemed incomplete because there was insufficient materials. They were appealed, our deeming of them incomplete to the OLT. But now that they are outside of the urban area, it creates a unique situation that they've applied for a secondary plan, but not an urban boundary expansion. And we have received a 5th official plan amendment application on behalf of the Elfrida landowners. We just recently received it, but that is not for an urban boundary expansion, but it is to put in place a policy framework that would facilitate a future urban boundary expansion at some point in time. And that application is currently under review. We just recently received it and deemed it to be complete. Thank you.
Okay, can I just say that the time is really running, but I did want to allow that leeway because this is very, very
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
important time.
I just stand corrected. The Alfrida one, we have not deemed it complete yet. There was just some clarification being sought from the property owners or the consortium group, but they have submitted an application and staff are just in the process of reviewing it and before they can make a determination whether or not that application is complete. Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Fine, no, that's fine.
So, Mayor, I'm not going to provide any comments because it would just take up more time. I thought it was important to ask those questions because it's like playing a game and then one of the players in the game changes all the rules. I'm struggling to find words to express my disappointment and exasperation. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Clark. I didn't want to suggest that every item on our agenda is not extremely important. It is, but these changes are big and they really do affect our city growth in many ways. Councillor Taddison, please.
In light of your recent comments, I'll abbreviate my page of what I had written down here down to maybe a paragraph. So hopefully this comes across. I've heard various comments today about irresponsibility, so forth. Fulsome data is important. I get that. I also recognize that some people leave out data when it doesn't agree with their ideology. So I want that to be put on the record as well. I look forward to this framework coming forward and possibly unearthing what Councillor Danko called a sprawl Ponzi scheme. I'm not certain of that. I want to see more data about that. I've always felt that in listening to everyone speak, I've always felt that everyone is so keen here on looking at planning and development in their own areas, you know, as looking at it as an individual perspective. So for me, it's like, why are we using a broad brush and painting and singularly painting all attempts at urban expansion with the same brush? I think urban expansion might make sense in some situations. And I think it behooves me to not have an open mind and to just hold firm. I am for holding the urban boundary in most cases, but I see some examples where it makes sense. And I won't go into the details. I just want to say, looking at it from, and again, Councillor Clark, I agree with you. We're here because of the Ontario government and their mishandling of many initiatives in terms of development. So looking at it with a local lens in my ward, I'd like to ask the councillors in the future to have an open mind in terms of, you know, progressive expansion that makes sense. I'll make the argument one way or the other as the framework is, you know, goes, as we go through the framework and staff suggests based on the data that they supply us with. And based upon their future findings. But I just would like to keep that open mind because, I just think that if we're going to deal with absolutes, they serve no one. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taddison. Councillor McMeekin, please go ahead. Okay, thanks, Councillor McMeekin. So then on this report, we have item 2, Councillor Cassar.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I will try to be brief. This was a consent item received by Planning Committee, and it's about an appeal for a development proposal in Ward 12 at 210 Calvin. And the reason I wanted to bring it up, because the reason given for the appeal is a lack of decision. So I just wanted to highlight how that reason, which we need to use, because that's how the process defines things, how that reason is completely incorrect. So for the public's benefit, this application was deemed complete in June 2020. There were subsequent submissions in October 2021, June 2022, December 2023. And throughout that review process, staff have determined that natural heritage, transportation, and engineering issues remain unresolved. So staff have been actively working on this, and they have not brought it to Planning Committee or Council because they are not satisfied with the application. They've communicated these deficiencies to the applicant. And again, in February of this year and April this year, there was more communications from staff to the applicant. So staff have been working hard on it. And the rationale and the concerns, as I mentioned, are to do with core areas and key hydrological feature like streams. So in simpler terms, this is mostly a forested area. Lots of trees, which of course we have an urban forest canopy strategy, and Ancaster Creek runs through this area. I won't go into all the details, which we've talked about a lot, about water quality and impact on flooding. So these are concerns, to paraphrase, that staff have, and I would also have with this development application, which is for roughly 100 units. The report goes on to identify that the proposed development does not comply with the policies of the Urban Hamilton Official Plan. As Councillor Maureen Wilson said earlier, I'm here all day for great planning, but it needs to be good planning. And the report lists 9 problems and how it does not comply with the official plan. And then finally, there's a section, public consultation, and beyond a written notice to 19 property owners within 120 meters of the subject lands back in June 2020, there's been no additional public consultation. So just speaking to the overall quality of this application, it lacks a lot, and this is the reason why staff have not supported it, but yet it is being appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal despite all its deficiencies. So just wanted to put that on the public record because there are many constituents in Ward 12 that have been following this closely. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kassar. I don't see any further speakers on this report writ large. So it's my understanding that we have a couple of separate votes because of conflicts. And so we're going to start with the item 3. I think I've already read this one out, but just to remind folks, due to a declared conflict on item 3 respecting the appeal by Aird and Burles LLP on behalf of Fengate Homestead Holdings Inc. LP of Urban Hamilton Official Plan Amendment Application UHOPA 22-008 zoning bylaw amendment application ZAC 22-017 and draft plan of subdivision application 25T-2022-02 to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lack of decision for lands located at 3054 Homestead Drive and 9174 and 9166 Airport Road West, Glenbrook, PED 24062. Item 3 is now going to be voted on separately. So can we please have the vote on item 3? Item 3 carries 14 to 0 with one conflict identified. Thank you. Now we're going to go on to item 16, which was the other item to be voted on separately due to a declared conflict on item 16 respecting the appeal to the Ontario Land Tribunal for lands located at 3054 Homestead Drive, 9166 and 9174 Airport Road, Glenbrook, respecting applications for an official plan amendment, UHOPA 22-008, zoning bylaw amendment, ZAC 22-017, and draft plan of subdivision 25T-2022-02, LS 24012, Ward 11. Item 16 will have to be having that vote. So please cast your votes on item 16. And that carries 14-0 with one conflict. Thanks, folks. So now we're on to the amended report as a whole. The amended report, which is ahead of us, and in front of us, rather, that has been duly moved and seconded. So can we please have that vote up? That carries 15-0. Thanks very much. Okay, folks, we're on to the, what time do we have here now? Okay, we've got time. Public Health Committee Report 24-007, August 14th, 2024. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Health Committee Report?
Certainly, thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Matt Francis that the Public Health Report 24-007, being the meeting held on Wednesday, August the 14th of this year, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Okay, thanks very much. Any folks that want to speak to this report? We have Councillor McMeekin. Please go ahead.
Yes, thanks very much, Your Worship. I'm going to be cautious here because I received a letter from, a note from Councillor Wang asking me to lift this item and make some comments. So I would like the item on the basic income, item 1.
This is correspondence regarding,
The basic
yes,
income
yeah,
program.
yep.
And it's very simple. Because she's off to AMO and invariably detailed discussion as per the AMO strategy around basic income, she felt it would be advantageous to have our government relations people, in addition to simply endorsing the motion, which this proposes to do, to put together a formal letter, not only endorsing the previous endorsement by the other municipality, but noting specifically that our city is leading efforts at AMO on this issue, that we are delegating at AMO to the Ministry of Child Care and Community and Social Services, and that the council was previously unanimously on record in support of a basic income program. Our AMO rep thought that would be helpful to her if we were to endorse that direction at the meeting that I think several are attending this weekend. That's with respect to the Senate bill.
So thanks, Councillor McMeekin. I guess what I'm trying to figure out now is whether this is something that can be, I can tell you our folks are already on their way to AMO. So
Yeah.
the opportunity for folks to kind of come up with a letter that describes all those things may have passed. But certainly endorsing this activity from another municipality includes the notification to AMO and others that we've in fact endorsed it. So
Yeah.
part of the endorsation actually includes some of that advocacy work. So upon signing the bills, we could certainly have that, have Councillor Wang notified that we've done that and put that in writing if that's helpful. I'm reticent to ask the staff to pull something off.
Let me just say, if that's the case, it may be satisfied, but when she dropped me the note just now, it was seen by her as being an urgent request. So notwithstanding that, if you feel it's adequately covered, perhaps we could mention to the councillor at some point that we had a discussion and we're in general agreement with her mentioning those points.
Can I offer then something as the mayor, with the agreement of folks around this table? I can put something together from the mayor's office indicating that we had a discussion about this that speaks to, if you can forward me Councillor Wang's remarks, her desire, and my staff are watching from their offices this proceeding, and so what I can offer to do on behalf of all of us is put something in writing that will help Councillor Wang as she's requested, if this in fact passes and is something we all are okay with. Is that all right, Clerk Trenum? Does that make sense?
That's a super idea. Thanks,
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
And Clerk, that's a fine procedure? Okay. So we will do that. So just for my staff who are watching closely this meeting, Councillor McMeekin will be sending something over to help fulfill that desire of council today. So thanks very much for that, Councillor McMeekin. I don't see any other comments on the public health report. There's nobody on the speakers list. Okay, so Councillor Clark and then Councillor Pauls. Can I just ask folks to try to remember to identify with the clerks that we're wanting to speak? So Councillor Clark, please go ahead.
Mayor, my little microphone button, I keep pushing it and it doesn't do much, so I'm trying to figure out how to reset it without losing everything that I've got here.
Okay, thank you.
It's a real quick comment is item 2, the third-party air monitoring at Green for Life Stony Creek Regional Facility, which is the landfill in Upper Stony Creek. I want to thank the staff and the consultant that did the work. I think it helps to vindicate some of the residents who were saying they could smell the odor, and yet the air samples were showing there was no odor. And what this report showed is that there are times where the people, the consultants themselves, were smelling the odor, which was offensive, but it was not being detected by the machine. So when we're getting some dispute back from the company that there's no odor and residents are saying they're smelling it, this actually vindicates them. So again, I want to thank staff, and we continue to work with the ministry. I want to thank the mayor and the city manager. We have been continually advocating to the ministry, the deputy minister, the minister, to help us solve this problem, because it last year was untenable. This year has been a little better, but there still have been issues with odors. Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership as well, Councillor Clark. Councillor Pauls, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the mayor, this will be quick. Just number 4, staffing for the fall 2024 immunization program. There were 10 FTEs that we're going to be hiring. I think the cost was over $1,268,000. I'm not sure, but it was over $1 million. And it's good news that the province will pay for the first year. And after that, if the province doesn't pay, we'll come back and we'll make sure we'll reduce it through workforce attrition. So I just want to be everybody aware of that. Also, I just, because I've received a couple of emails, that the vaccine, COVID-19 vaccination is not a mandatory vaccination for the Board of Education, so I want everybody to know that, and that so that people are aware of that it's not part of the vaccine mandate that we have to have. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pauls. I don't see any other speakers on this report, so we will go to the vote, please. And that carries 14-0. Thanks very much. We're going to get right through to at least 2 motions before we break, if that's all right with folks. So now we're on to the Public Works Committee Report 24-010, August 14th, 2024. Councillor Spadafora, may I please have a motion to receive and approve the recommendations within the Public Works Committee Report?
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Jeff Beattie that the Public Works Committee Report 24-010, being the meeting held on Wednesday, August 14th, 2024, be received and the recommendations contained therein be approved.
Thanks very much. Are there any items within the report that members would like to speak to, amend, or have voted on separately? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. I was absent from this week's Public Works. I apologize to the residents and to my colleagues. I'd like to speak to item 3, public transit needs of women in Canada. And as I understand it, Councillor Nan more than capably spoke to the item, but I would like to add some remarks, please. First off, I would like to thank the city's Director of Transit for her leadership in this regard. And bringing our agency into this study realm. Very much appreciate that. This is a confirmation of something that women have known for a long, long time, and that is that the transit needs of women are specific, and that our transit planning and scheduling, not just in Hamilton, but across the nation, does not account for our specific travel needs, behaviors. And it's important that that distinction be recognized in our work, because women are the majority of public transit riders. We have spoken a lot with your leadership, Mayor Horvath, and the leadership of Councillor Nan in working collaboratively with our community agencies to declare an epidemic of violence against women. The declaration, while important, it cannot be seen in isolation. Women are vulnerable to violence for many reasons, including our economic insecurity. Overwhelmingly, we're paid less. Mobility and transportation mobility has always been a fundamental pillar of justice. Ensuring that our public transit recognizes the specific needs of women, accommodates that need in our placement of stops and our scheduling and our lighting, upholds the opportunity and the needs of women to be fully realized economic agents. And that assists us in responding to levels of violence which are at an epidemic proportion. We must do all that we can as a public agent to uphold the economic rights and opportunities of women. Absolutely, public transit, mobility, safe pedestrian travel, cycling travel, all of those go into underpinning justice and a formula in responding to the epidemic of violence that is perpetrated against women and those who identify as women. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Clark, please, on this report.
Yes, it's on item 4. It's the proposed permanent closure of a portion of Upper Centennial Parkway. I can't speak today, can I? And Regional Road 20, Stony Creek in Ward 9. It is speaking to item A1 that the city solicitor be authorized and directed to prepare all necessary bylaws to permanently close the highway for enactment by council. This has caused a great deal of distress in the community. So can I get clarification? We're not closing Highway 20, Regional Road 20. We are addressing the egress that used to be if you were traveling westbound on Highway 20, or what becomes Rymal, you hit Upper Centennial, you used to be able to take this long curve around and just keep driving and then hit Centennial Parkway. That was causing a great deal of traffic issues, and traffic management and public works have removed it, and now it's a straight intersection. So this is not closing the road, it's simply correcting the books for what transpired. Is that correct, Mayor?
Thanks, Councillor Clark. GM Can, please.
Yep, through the chair to the Councillor Carl Algae, General Manager of Public Works. You are correct. There was formerly a laneway there. It was closed through with the MTO when it was downloaded for a number of years. We've been maintaining that, I guess what we call the side of the road, but it's strictly just that portion of the road. Correct. We are not closing the highway.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the clarification, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'm sure your residents will be relieved. Can we then, I don't think there's anybody else on the list here, so can we please go to the vote on this report? Thanks very much. That carries 15-0. We're now on to 6.7A, cybersecurity incident costing update. May I have a motion to receive the report, please? That is moved by Councillor Pauls, seconded by Councillor Beattie. Any discussion on this report, this information report? Councillor Jackson, please.
So Mayor Horvath, maybe just an explanation, please, from General Manager Zagaric. Anytime with all the work being done the last 5.5 months internally by staff in an exemplary way, anytime the cost is going up for public consumption, I think it needs to have some elaboration and explanation. I believe we left off with at least the public, correct me if I'm wrong, about 4 or 5 weeks ago at about 5.6 million. And this is now showing in this report 7.4, so that's a $1.8 million increase. And I just want to be as transparent, accountable as possible to my community. Again, great work. No payment to the cyber corporate criminals. But I know that there'll still be ongoing costs, but I think each step of the way, some explanation. Please, through you, Mayor Horvath.
Absolutely. Thanks, Councillor Jackson. And send it over to Councillor Zgaric, or to GM Zgaric, sorry, to respond.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, Madam Mayor, staff have committed to regular updates with respect to the cyber incident costing. This update represents expenditures as well as some commitments for the period July 24th up to July 24th. It represents a total investment of about $7.4 million, and that represents an increase of about $1.7 million from our previous report, which was for the period ending in May. Some of the categories with respect to the $1.7 million includes external experts. And external experts, including Deloitte, with respect to a number of efforts as it relates to our cyber response. For instance, approximately $500,000 of that 1.7 million is to assist the city with respect to vendor payments. Vendor payments and the solution we used for vendor payments was impacted, and consequently there was a backlog of payments to vendors. And through the support of Deloitte as well as city staff, we have caught up with respect to our vendor payments and are now making timely payments to our vendors. And so that represents a portion of the additional investment. But as well, with respect to Deloitte is assisting the city with respect to the response and the recovery and some efforts leading up to rebuild. And the additional expenditures of $1.2 million represents some of those efforts. We also capture in the report, more specifically Table 2, is the level of investment across the various categories. And I'm just referencing this as this information will continue to be updated. In May, we captured approximately just short of $600,000 in infrastructure investments. That right now has been parked in this report while we're continuing to validate whether or not those are cyber related. So I flag it for you in that those expenditures, while not included in the $7.4 million, may capture a future update. And these are infrastructure investments such as servers and critical as it relates to our recovery and rebuild. So that's an example where the report will continue to reflect best information and may represent a revision from previous reports. As well, the additional investments include some of the work that Deloitte is assisting the city with respect to preparing ourselves for rebuilding some of the systems that are not recoverable. And that is included in the difference of approximately $1.7 million. So through you, Madam Mayor, that's a high-level summary with respect to some of the changes. And if any councillors have any specific questions, happy to take those offline and provide any subsequent information.
General Manager Zgaric, I'm satisfied with your response and explanations of the additional 1.7 million at this time. Thanks, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Clark, please.
My questions were asked and answered. Thank you, Mayor.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Clark. Okay, then there are no further questions then or comments on this report. We'll take it to the vote, please. And that carries 15-0. Thank you very much. So I'm just looking to folks who want to keep plowing on, keep going. Yep. Okay. We're now going to rise from Committee of the Whole. So Councillor Jackson, may I have the motion to rise from Committee of the Whole, please?
Of course you may, Mayor Horvath. Moved by myself, seconded by Ward 15 Councillor Ted McMeekin, that Committee of the Whole rise as council to report and confirm all the actions taken in Committee of the Whole. Thank you.
Thanks very much. We have that motion on the floor then. Can we go to the vote, please? That carries 15-0. Thanks all. So we're now on to motions. We have the first one, 7.1, is a motion being brought forward by Councillor McMeekin, support to ensure an adequate supply of food available to meet the demand. Ward 15. Councillor McMeekin, would you please present your motion?
Thanks very much, Your Worship. There are a number of whereases, but they can all be summarized by saying that the demand for food to feed nutritious food to keep people going is been exacerbated. The two food banks are up 60% and 50% respectively. The Ward Council, which is in Ward 15, is made up of 44 people who voted unanimously on all three projects listed. A $10,000 grant to the Flamborough Food Bank. They're in desperate need of a new freezer, which will be foundational infrastructure to their service. The Food with Grace is a $10,000 grant. One of their primary activities is to actually deliver food to isolated seniors and rurals. And that's also a priority. And then a project, the Taste Buds Nutrition Pilot Program launched the Waterdown District High School in partnership with both the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board and the provincial government that is assisting. So those are the three therefores, 10, 10, and 15,000 respectively, all to come from the Ward 15 non-property tax revenue account.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin.
Seconded by Councillor Kretsch.
Seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Okay, so moved by Councillor McMeekin, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Any discussion on the motion? Councillor Danko?
Thank you, Mayor. Not on this motion specifically, no problem with any of the motions, but just a question through you to clerks just on procedures. So all of the motions on today's agenda, 7.1, 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, I believe should have gone to committees before coming to council. So my question through you is, why are we continuing to see motions come forward to a council meeting when they should by rights be going to a committee first?
So I would assume that's a question to the clerks?
Yes.
Clerk Trenum? Any insight?
So through you, Madam Mayor, the motion can come in from a council and can be directed to council. There's nothing to prevent that. We can certainly look a little bit further as these come in if perhaps they can be better suited to go to a committee. It's also up to council where they'd like to hear these motions. Council is more than welcome to refer it back to a committee to be heard there. However, there's nothing to prevent a councillor from coming forward and asking their motion be placed here.
Thank you for the clarification. Again, no objection to any of the motions that are on the agenda, but just a caution procedurally that when we're bringing motions forward, they should go to committees first and not straight to a council meeting where we're seeing the information for the first time and are making a final decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Danko. I would say that many of the motions that we have at the council meeting are really dealing with the ward-specific costs, like the ward accounts, right? So the things that are coming from the ward-specific budgets. And so I think if I look at all of these, that looks to me what these are all about. But your point is taken, and maybe we can think more with the clerk's office formally about, so that we are all on the same page. Those kinds of items should be we should have a decision as to where we put those items, so we're all kind of aware of the same piece. That'll probably be coming as we look to deal with some of our procedural and process issues here. So excellent. Thanks very much. So then we do have we now have two more speakers. So we have Councillor Kretsch, please, and then Councillor Alex Wilson.
I completely agree with Councillor Danko. Just want to say what I usually do. I can't speak for everybody else. As I say, hey, here's a motion about this thing. Where does it go? And people say, well, here it should go to council. So clerks have often suggested these things go there. I think every Ward 2 community grants motion I've had has come to council. But we have an audit, finance, and administration committee. So these financial motions could just go there. Seems like nothing would be wrong with that at all. Maybe it's just about changing that traditional practice and getting them there. I think it'd be easier than they're just getting ratified here, as we are taking up a fair amount of time at council approving these motions when they could be done at committee. So that would be a great improvement if that's possible. Thanks.
Okay, we'll leave that with the clerk and go from there. Thanks very much, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
I'm mostly here to talk about 7.1 itself, but I'll just add, yep, for award discretionary funds, unless it's public works related, have been told as a councillor to bring something to council, unless it's directly tied to a public works expenditure. So just echoing what's been said, but on 7.1 itself, just want to thank the councillor for bringing forward this motion. I know a lot of the food banks, there's 4 in Ward 13, of which the Flamborough Food Bank is one of them, are struggling right now. We talked about how Hamilton Food Share in this motion text in the whereases has needed. I promise I'm not pressing any buttons. Has
Me neither this
received emergency support from the city in the past. And so just want to flag that with a couple of community service providers who've historically been getting reliable funding through the Community Enrichment Fund, have begun initiating conversations with folks in healthy and safe communities to talk about this. We have social service providers helping us meet city goals, helping us support residents in doing the programming, replicating a lot of the stuff we do in healthy, safe communities, getting effective operating funding through a grant process. We're looking at the grant side of that and seeing how we can make the grants more equitable. We just have to make sure that we're not creating a funding gap for all of these organizations that maybe have been relying on grant funding as we make the CF more as what it was supposed to be. So want to thank the councillor for helping bridge that gap. Want to thank all of council for helping bridge that gap with the emergency food share before, and just flagging that we're going to keep getting these types of conversations until we can maybe have a conversation about what is the plan about this or that bigger funding piece. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. So we have item 7.2 in front of us, 7.1 rather, in front of us, and we just go to the vote.
Can I just say something else quickly, Madam Mayor?
Okay, sure, please go ahead.
I'm committed as the ward councillor to never bringing before council a motion to invest non-tax revenue dollars without the concurrence of the local community council. They own that. They help me to determine priorities. This was in the summer. All 3 of these appeared, we meet about every 6 weeks, appeared on August the 1st, so there was some urgency with respect to all of them. That's why they're here.
Absolutely appreciated, and I think it's really not the content but the process that we're talking about. But I know your community council does a lot of hard work on your behalf and the behalf of the broader community, so thank you for that. So we have the motion then moved by Councillor McMeekin and seconded by Councillor Kretsch ahead of us, or in front of us. Can you please cast your votes? That carries 14-0. Thank you very much. Back to you, Councillor McMeekin, for 7.2.
Thanks, Your Worship. I will read this one. Whereas, by the way, seconded by Councillor Beattie, whereas migrant workers are essential to the economic well-being of many working farms, and whereas most, and the number's been changed to 1,000 rather than 450, migrant workers employed in Flamborough working farms are from Mexico and the Caribbean, with many spending more time in Canada than in their own country, roughly 2/3. And whereas there are many unique day-to-day challenges migrant workers face, including language issues and the need for transition assistance, access to health and counseling assistance, loneliness, building trust and friendship among people who spend a lot of time together, dealing with the personal cost and sacrifice associated with trying to build a better life for their family and kids, need for occasional conflict resolution, advocacy support, health issues, from supplying basic first aid kits to more complex situations, accessing safety equipment needed for farm work, and mobility issues, largely through donations of bicycles. And whereas there is a community-based working group known as Migrants Matter, who guide, befriend, assist, and where necessary, advocate with farm partners. And interestingly enough, very recently, the province was actually put together a mental health crisis line for migrant workers because it's such an important issue. Therefore, be it resolved that a grant of $10,000 be provided to the Migrants Matter group in support of their work, again, funding from the tax revenue account with the appropriate sign-off authorities.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. So that's moved by yourself and seconded by Councillor Beattie. Appreciate the explanation through the whereases. Is there anything else, anybody else that wants to speak to this item or anything further you wanted to say as the mover? Seeing none, we'll then go to the vote, please.
By the way, there's a big picnic at Christie for about 1,000 farm workers on Sunday, which I'm looking forward to. The third motion.
Wait, we haven't gone to the vote yet on the
Sorry.
second, on item 7.2. So that's the one ahead of us, right, or in front of us. Thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
That carries 14-0. Councillor McMeekin, congratulations. And now you're on to 7.3.
Thank you.
Flamborough Santa
This
Claus
is
Parade.
the infamous Santa Claus Parade funding, which is one of two major priorities in our community, the other being the Rib Fest, but different communities have different priorities. This is moved by myself, seconded by my good friend Tom E. Jackson. Tom, well, you call me Teddy, so it's fair. Whereas it is important to support community legacy tourism and community-based events, whereas the Flamborough Santa Claus Parade has been a 30-year holiday tradition, bringing warmth to the community and excited smiles to the faces of thousands, especially young children. And whereas the Flamborough Santa Claus Parade has been a positive economic driver in the community, engaging hundreds of volunteers and drawing in excess of 20,000 people, and whereas funding decisions taken has put the viability of the Santa Claus Parade at risk, therefore be it resolved that a grant of $15,000 be provided to the Santa Claus Parade Committee in support of the Flamborough Santa Claus Parade, funded from the Ward 15 non-property tax revenue account, and that the mayor and city clerk, et cetera, be authorized. In speaking to this, I suspect this may be the last motion that will come before this council in support of a Santa Claus Parade, unless we can find corporate partners locally. And we're working very hard on that. The parade is, in fact, about $30,000 short of being able to operate this fall. We are in discussions right now with a corporate sponsor who shall remain unnamed to match the city funding if it is approved today.
Thanks, Councillor McMeekin. Who was your seconder?
Tommy Jackson.
Councillor Jackson. Excellent. Clerk Trenum, please.
Just threw you back to the councillor, Mayor. I believe there was a second clause to that was.
Yeah, I
discussed.
sent
Do you
that
have
to you. I'll read that.
Thank you.
And this has to do with the last whereas about the funding viability. That the funds allocated and distributed through the grant be exempt on a one-time basis and not be counted towards any formula that restricts regular funding from the city, including the City Enrichment Fund, which I understand has been a standard clause on several occasions.
Okay, thank you for that. Does anybody want to
Thank
see
you, Clerk.
that extra clause written? Okay, that's good. Everybody knows what you're talking about, including myself. So we'll then go to any further speakers on this. Seeing none, then we'll go to the vote, please. Moved by Councillor McMeekin and seconded by Councillor Jackson. Thank you. That carries 14-0. Thanks very much, folks. 7.4 is Award 2 Community Grants, Q3 2024 1, Award 2. Councillor Kretsch, would you please present your motion?
Thanks. This is the first grant from our third quarter of 2024 Community Grants Program. And the only reason it's coming independently like this is because there's a bit of time sensitivity as the event is happening this weekend. I want to make sure that the 905 Fest has that grant in time. My seconder is Councillor Kassar.
Thanks very much. Any discussion on this one, folks? Seeing none, we will go to the vote then. That carries 14-0. Thank you very much. Okay, so notices of motion, which I believe we're going to go straight to an actual motion. So Boots in the Creek event in downtown Stoney Creek. Councillor Francis, may I please have the motion to waive the rules?
Yeah, you may. That's moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Beatty, that the rules of order be waived to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting Boots in the Creek event in downtown Stoney Creek. I received this request earlier this week. That's why I wasn't able to get it as a motion in time. So I hope that committee will support me to get this funds for this event this weekend. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. So first, we're going to be voting on the waiving of the rules, which will require a two-thirds majority. So please, let's have that vote. And that carries 14-0. Thanks very much. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Francis, with your motion.
Thank you. This is moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Beatty. Boots in the Creek event in downtown Stoney Creek, whereas the Boots in the Creek Festival will be taking place on August 16th and 17th, 2024 in downtown Stoney Creek. That's today and tomorrow. Whereas this country music festival was held for the first time in 2023 to great success, whereas the organizers are a group of community volunteers annualizing something new, exciting, and enjoyable for the residents and visitors in order to draw tourists and much needed support to local businesses to the area, and whereas the event is free of charge, fully accessible, welcoming, and open to the public. Therefore, be it resolved, A, that the estimated cost of $25,500 to fund the road closure costs, Hamilton Police Service fees, licensing, security, portable toilets, and Hamilton Public Health food vendor fees for Boots in the Creek event in downtown Stoney Creek be funded through Stoney Creek Compensation Royalties GFL Environmental Reserve 117036, and that the mayor and city clerk be authorized and directed to execute required agreements and ancillary documents with such terms and conditions in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. And this is the exact same motion that I moved last year on well, not the exact same, but very similar motion, very similar costs. Actually, the cost went up a little bit. I know policing was a factor in that. So just that same motion as last year, and hope for a great event again this weekend with myself going in the dunk tank at 1:15 on Saturday.
Oh, you shouldn't have announced the time.
With Councillor Beatty to follow, and
I would just ask none of our council colleagues please line up for that. Let's have the public have their chance.
some folks may be more popular than others at that event, but I'm looking forward to it, and hoping for council support on this. And as I said, this is time sensitive due to the nature when I received it. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Francis. If I could just speak really briefly to this, Councillor Jackson, if you could take the chair. Thanks.
Mayor, go ahead.
I can tell you that last year when I was there, it was a blast. People had a great time. I didn't get to observe the dunk tank moments. However, one of the things that did come up is a number of people who were from other parts of Hamilton saying how great the festival was, how great the event was, and why can't you close down our streets? And it was quite interesting to hear not only the how the wonderful activities and the music and all of the wonderful vendors and that piece, but to have other people that were coming from other parts of the city to say, we love this, you should be shutting down our streets to have this kind of festival in our neighborhood, we would love it. And so I just thought it was really interesting to share that and congratulate the councillor as well as the committee and the BIA in Stony Creek to put this event together, and encourage you all to go there, but not at 1:15 on Saturday. Thank you.
Well said, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Further to those remarks, forgive me, I didn't give staff a heads up on this, but my recollection when we have spoken previously about the economic generation of street closures, Thank you. When we close a street. Yeah. Thank you. And the trying to figure out also what public interest we're serving. And I thought it was Councillor Clark and Councillor Kretsch who had asked for, so we have to apply a Book 7 charge, which is a Highway Safety Act prerequisite to ensure that we're meeting the legal parameters when we do street closures. But it's a costly, it's maybe the biggest part of the bill that we are applying to BIAs or not-for-profit agencies, et cetera. And I thought there was direction given to look at that. And if there's the appropriate staff is not here to answer, that's fine, because I didn't give a heads up. But if there is any kind of update on where we might be on looking at that and that report back through the chair.
So I'm looking over to the bench. The GM might have some comments.
Yeah, through the chair, staff will take that away and provide an update to you, Councillor, and the rest of the committee.
In a communication format? Okay, we'll get
as appropriate.
Okay. Councillor Wilson?
Thank you. I do know that a formal direction was given. I don't think it will be an easy task, but just was hoping for an update. Again, I didn't give a heads up, so to be fair, but I just wanted to flag it for my colleagues. Further to your comments, Mayor Horvath, about the public they're really enjoying these events. I think they're good for our health, they're good for our happiness, and they're good for our retail economy, and they enable us to also look at streets in a different way. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I think Jim Zagaric wanted to say something.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I'll just add to GM Can's response in that I expect it will form part of our 2025 budget discussions, in that the direction was to look at the funding source for road closures and how those road closures are funded outside of ward-specific funding or reserve funding, whether or not it could be incorporated into corporate funding. So I expect that would form part of our 2025 discussions and deliberations.
Excellent. Thanks, Jim Zagaric. Appreciate that. So then we have Councillor Francis's motion on the table, which is seconded by Councillor Beattie, I believe. So we will now go to the vote. And that carries 14-0. And we're going to do the final motion, and then we'll probably break before member statements. Is that okay for everybody? All right. All right. So the final motion in front of us then, or on our agenda, is 8.2, preventing outbreaks of algae bloom in the future. Councillor Maureen Wilson, may I please have the motion to waive the rules?
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Kretsch that the rules of order be waived to allow for the introduction of a motion respecting preventing outbreaks of algae bloom in the future. The reason I'm seeking some urgency just is what we're seeing as evidence down at the Bayfront. And I know many of us are in receipt of emails asking for an explanation of what is that, what can be done. And while the action itself may not be urgent, I think the discussion of it to enable us to respond is urgent. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So on waiving of the rules, folks, it needs a two-thirds majority. We'll have that vote up, please. That carries 14-0. Thanks very much. Then on to the motion itself. Councillor Wilson, please go ahead.
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Kretsch. I will read the whereases only because of it's new on the agenda. Whereas city staff are aware of and are closely monitoring the developing situation with respect to toxic algae bloom presently impacting Hamilton Harbour and have fielded multiple complaints from the public. Whereas as an effort to improve Hamilton Harbour conditions, the city recently completed major upgrades to the Woodward Avenue wastewater treatment plant and is currently exploring options to upgrade the Dundas wastewater treatment plant. Whereas as an effort to improve non-point source pollution impacts to Hamilton Harbour, the city is developing a watershed action plan, which in the future will implement long-term actions to help mitigate these blooms from occurring. Whereas the city is advancing opportunities to improve the capture and treatment of wet weather flows, which is stormwater that enters its combined sewer system, thereby reducing combined sewer overflows and wastewater treatment bypasses. Whereas Hamilton Harbour is not unique to toxic algae outbreaks that are prevalent in many water bodies across North America due to many different factors, which are exacerbated by the impacts of climate change. Whereas there does not exist an annual city program that delivers short-term preventative measures to prevent the city's Hamilton Harbour front from the impacts of toxic algae blooms, whereas options to manage the current algae bloom in Hamilton Harbour present both health and safety and environmental challenges and could inadvertently make immediate and longer-term conditions worse. Therefore, be it resolved that the General Manager of Public Works be directed to provide a report to the Public Works Committee on the details of the current algae bloom and offer a preliminary overview of a program, including resources and measures that could assist Hamilton in our efforts to prevent such outbreaks in future years. Thank you, Mayor.
Are you going to speak to it?
I would
Okay,
just very briefly, in the form of a question, if I may. We have a number of strategic investments that are earmarked in our capital and operating budget year after year. One of those includes the development of the waterfront. Ironically, the development and the redevelopment of the waterfront would be for naught had the community not acted many decades ago, led by activists, in turning our attention to the state of that water. As an industrial city, we've had a tension-ridden relationship with our waterfront. As you know, many, many decades ago, it was used as a toxic dumping ground. And then through residents of sound mind and body and filled with spirit said, this is not acceptable. So through the mayor to GM Zagarek, could you please account for the magnitude of the capital that has gone in intentionally from this council and previous councils in reimagining and activating that waterfront through the chair?
Through
James
you,
Garrett, please.
through you, Madam Mayor. The waterfront redevelopment has been a council priority. Prior to 2024, councils had supported approximately $150 million in investments towards the redevelopment of the waterfront. City Council, through the 2024 budget, you approved an additional $50 million in 2024 through to 2032 with respect to additional investments towards the waterfront redevelopment. So approximately $200 million in total of actual expenditures as well as some forecast expenditures towards the waterfront redevelopment.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. $200 million. At present, it's extremely difficult for residents to go down and enjoy the waterfront. We are undermining our own strategic, significant investments when we allow, or when we enable these conditions to continue. So if I may, although the motion does ask for a report in the future to detail it, and we can use that information in our discussions with residents, I would like to give the opportunity to staff. And by the way, this is not a Hamilton Water responsibility solely. This is a corporate issue. This is land use planning. This is financial management. This is public health. But Hamilton Water seems to be the one having to speak to this solely. So if I may ask through the mayor to staff, my back is to them, who's available, to speak to what is going on. Why do we have this algae bloom, and what makes this particular species of algae so dangerous?
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. GM Can, please.
Yep, through the chair to the councillor in committee, Carl Algae, General Manager of Public Works. With me today is Director Winters and Director Van Der Peek to answer further questions. I can assure the councillor that we work with all our colleagues in public health in PED as we look in and we address this, and a number of the GMs have weighed in and given me their opinion on steps forward. A more detailed explanation of what's happening in the harbor and the algae blooms that we're seeing. Director Winters and Director Van Der Peek will speak to that.
Director Winters, please.
Thank you. Nick Winters, Director of Hamilton Water, and through you, Mayor Horvath. I'll start to offer some answers about what's happening this year, and then I'm going to very quickly turn the mic over to Director Carrie Vanderperk, who runs the watershed management program for Hamilton Water. She has been working closely and very hard this week with a number of councillors on this matter. But I will start by saying, and no pun intended, what we're seeing here in 2024 really is a perfect storm with regards to an incubator for algae formation in Hamilton Harbor. And when I say that, what we've seen is we've seen a lot of wet weather, which is carrying nutrient loadings in from all over the watersheds into Hamilton Harbor. But we've also seen significant periods of a lot of sunlight and heavy heat, and those are the two things that algae really needs to proliferate. It's food source, and then it's sunlight and warm temperatures. Well, algae blooms, unfortunately, are an annual occurrence in Hamilton Harbor, and that's something that, as indicated in the motion that's before council today, there have been a lot of investments made to mitigate. Those investments take time to have an impact, and will continue to take time to have an impact. And unfortunately, again, here in 2024, we see what I will characterize as the worst algae season in my experience here in Hamilton Harbor. We've had staff actively investigating down at the harbor front all this week, even last week. I was away on vacation last week. Yesterday, we had staff walking and doing a full inventory of the impacted areas. I can tell you that I was a part of that myself. So I know that there are various members of council who've been down at the waterfront to observe what's going on. And I'll tell you, it's not lost on me. I saw all the areas that were impacted. Certainly am aware of the odors that were down there, and share the concern amongst our community about the inability to enjoy that space the way it's meant to be enjoyed at present. Unfortunately, as indicated in the motion as well, our options at this point are limited. What can we do about it from a mitigation perspective? Really, our options lead to how can we prevent similar instances in the future, and that's what the motion speaks to. I will just lastly say that, and I want council to be aware of this is not just a Hamilton issue. We're aware of the same impacts with our friends across the harbor in Burlington, and we are having conversations with them about any plans that they might have from their side and their works programs to assist their community with this as well. So with that said, I'm going to ask Carrie to take the mic. Oh, she's next to me here, and she can address some of your other questions, Councillor Wilson.
Thanks. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Director Winters. I'm Carrie Vanderperk, the Director of Watershed Management, through you, Madam Chair. As you know, there were two reactive responses that Hamilton Water and other city staff have conducted in the past on two previous occasions, and that was 2018 and 2021, where algae growth was a problem in the waterfront. We did have a contractor on site during those two occasions to essentially vacuum up the decaying algae mats as best as they could. Vacuuming up as much material as possible just to really ensure that aesthetically we could clean up as much of the material. Of course, those incidents, they taught us a few things, and hopefully made us a little bit wiser, but we have come to the realization that the act of vacuuming up this particular material is not the best option, and there's many reasons for that. I had a very lengthy and informative conversation with Laura Russell, who is our internal microbiologist, who actually was the person who analyzed the samples that were taken, the two samples that were taken along the waterfront. And she was able to provide me with and help educate me on this particular species of blue-green algae. Essentially, the act of vacuuming up this material, this suction, would create a disturbance. Any disturbance, for that matter, boating through it, the wave action that can occur, as well as if motors are in the area, what will happen is essentially this particular species of algae, it proliferates when it's fragmented. So what that means is that the more that it's disturbed, the more that it actually will procreate and recreate itself. So I kind of liken it to cutting a worm in half, and now you have two worms. So disturbing it is really not something that we want to do at this point in time. And first and foremost for us, health and safety is paramount, and we want to make sure that not only the folks that are down there in the area are safe, but also, of course, our workers and that of our contractors. If this particular species is aerosolized, which it can be, it can cause a health and safety concern for those folks that are in the area. Disposal options are minimal as well. So in the past, when we had vacuumed up this species or this the algae mats, we discharged that water algae slurry mix into the closest sanitary sewer. That was before we had our new tertiary treatment plant. So the concern now is that if this level of material hits our wastewater treatment plant, it could cause operational problems that are very labor intensive and very expensive to rectify, especially with our brand new filters that are at our tertiary treatment system. If it does pass through the first part of the treatment process, which it likely will, because that plant is not designed to handle algae like this, it could have impacts to our effluent coming out the other end, where we've already seen some proliferation of algae growing in the outfall at Red Hill Creek, as well as within our system in the clarifiers. So we do have those sort of operational concerns with the disposal methods. The other thing that we learned from the last iteration of this was that after we went through the sort of grueling operation of vacuuming out the material, it did return within about 72 hours. So this is certainly not a long-term sustainable option. And then there's also some concerns around permitting requirements. So, if we are removing that much water out of the lake, the ministry does have certain permits that we are required to to get from them. And our partners as well have expressed, our water partners have expressed some concerns around species that are in the area, such as turtle nests and things that could potentially be disturbed, ecosystems that could be disturbed with the act of vacuuming up this type of this type of material.
Thanks, Director Vanderpark. Councillor Wilson, you still have the floor.
Thank you. I'm so grateful for that leadership and that stewardship and the holding of those truths guided by science. And I always go back to Maya Angelou, when we know better, we must do better. The algae is a natural occurring thing in our waters, but the abundance of this algae and the toxicity of this algae is a red flag of such enormous proportions. It's telling all of us that our systems are breaking down. It's a blight on the natural beauty of our waterfront. It undermines our strategic investment, and it's harming our ecology. It reveals a natural habitat under extreme duress. And ongoing spills, the nutrient loadings, and the runoff pollutants coming in from our urban creeks speak to a call for action. We have multiple crises at our doorstep. This is also a call to action for our partners at the province and the federal government. Again, cities are the economic engines of this country. We are undermining our advantages as a nation and our knowledge of when we know better, we must do better, in the absence of them coming to the table and reformatting a fiscal framework that must be sustainable and ongoing, and the recognition of the importance of infrastructure. There is no infrastructure fairy at the municipal level. It is incumbent upon this council to look for alternative and other revenue sources. It's incumbent upon us to maximize our urban boundary redevelopment. It is incumbent upon us to put a price on stormwater. And it is incumbent on us to recognize that the nutrient loadings that are coming into this water body historically and continuously are a direct consequence of sprawl. When we continue to build residential houses up on the headwaters, this is what happens. We are not keeping up with our physical infrastructure as a city to adjust and accommodate that stuff. This is what happens. And respectfully, while I recognize, and I don't mean to cast aspersions, while climate change may not be at the forefront of residents when we go to their door and say, how's it going? What's important to you? This is a consequence of climate change. So I really appreciate Director Vanderpark's response, the thoroughness of it, the fact that it's scientifically informed. But this is a crisis that we have to lean into, and I'm very much hoping you will support the direction that is set out in this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. So the speakers list is currently Councillor Tattison next, and then Councillor Kretsch, and then Councillor Alex Wilson. Please go ahead, Councillor Tattison.
Hi, I had an initial question. I think the two directors have answered it. It was basically what's involving the scope of the ask, and then who's going to be completing the report. And from your answers to Councillor Wilson's questions, I think city staff will probably be the ones completing this.
Director Winters?
Yes, through you, Mayor Horvath. So this will be a Public Works report that comes back. We will involve whatever partners are needed between Public Health Services, within Public Works as well, between Hamilton Water Environmental Services, and we're already, quite frankly, having conversations with other stakeholders in the harbor about options and considerations for what will go into this report when we bring it back.
Hey, thanks, and thanks for your expertise on this. And I would just like to mentally note that we are having similar issues out at Lake Nipenko in Bimbrook, and that is in the middle of basically the backwoods. So it's not as a result of urban sprawl in that case, but it could be farmers, it could be bird populations, it could be a number of items and stagnant water and the heat and all those other issues as well. So let's just remember to be cognizant of, let's hear the report before we make any conclusions. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Taddison. Councillor Kretsch, please.
Yeah, thanks very much to Councillor Maureen Wilson for spending some time with staff talking to them about this. I know that we've been hearing a lot from residents. I've been hearing a lot from residents specifically about Bayfront Park. But of course, we have an entire connected water system down at our waterfront that many councillors share and steward on behalf of residents. And so it's really a joint responsibility for everyone. And I think this council has been pretty clear about how much they care about the waterfront. I've never heard so much conversation and talk about a citywide asset as the waterfront at this council, and so I know everybody here is concerned about it. And right now, when you go down to the waterfront, it's a technicolor nightmare, frankly. Yep. And a lot of that does come from fertilizers and chemicals and effluent and runoff and all kinds of things, right? So we have a kind of soup of different things that are happening there, and I really appreciate everyone from Hamilton Water who's giving us that scientific information and explaining this to residents, because people are saying, look, it smells like crap down at the waterfront, and I want to know why, and what's going on here, and this makes them feel like we're just flushing things into the waterfront, that it's not necessarily related to algae, and it's good to understand and know that there are specific species we've looked at, that we know what the cause of this is. This is not a new problem either. It's been going on for a very long time. We've been working to degrade our waterfront since the 19th century. If you haven't read it, it's an amazing book called The People in the Bay, A Social and Environmental History of Hamilton Harbor. It goes all the way back to the 19th century and talks about exactly what we've done to get ourselves to the position we're in now, and the many, 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 many decisions that were made that got us here. And I know we're on a path of trying to do better, but the scale of the problem is insurmountable. And I'm going to be very frank. From my position, the climate changes and the adaptations that we have to come up with, we're not going to be able to solve those municipalities and may not be able to solve them at all. We've been warned by climate scientists for 40 years to take this seriously, and unfortunately haven't. And so we are going to try our best as a municipality to deal with these impacts, and we're going to try our best not just to make things worse. But truthfully, we're already behind the 8 ball. And when we talk about this stuff to the public, I think we need to be really clear. These aren't wet weather events that are happening. These are the results of global climate change impacts, like hurricanes and other kinds of large events that are happening. And we're seeing maybe the trickle-down effects of those here in our area. We're not getting a tornado down at the bayfront or a massive hurricane here in a lake in Bimbrook, but we're certainly seeing the impacts of that. And part of that is what we have to address and deal with. There are increasing heats, increasing sunlight, additional fertilizers, especially at this time of year when there's lots of farming activity going on. So these things all have to be managed, and there's no one to blame for this specific situation we're in. Last thing I'll say is I really want to commend staff for talking specifically about the different reasons why we can't just go down there with a fire hose like we did in the past perhaps and spray these mats, hoping that will assist. Why we can't go down there and vacuum these mats up, because when we do that, not only do they come back in 72 hours, but it makes them grow. It makes them spread, and it makes the problem worse. Thankful too to Dr. Chris McLaughlin from the Bay Area Restoration Council, who last July, when this was happening, I said to him, hey Chris, could you write something publicly? And he was very kind enough to do that as part of the Ward 2 newsletter, and wrote a long article explaining why this happens, how this happens, what are some of the impacts. And so I encourage people, if they haven't seen that, to read it. The Indigenous community has been asking us for a really long time in Hamilton to care for our water, to be stewards of our water, and to work with them to make sure our water is healthy and safe. And so I encourage anyone in this room and elsewhere, as we see calls from Indigenous communities to spend time near the water in ceremony, to walk near the water and spend time there, that you go out and do it, because our connection to the water is our connection to life. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kretsch. Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you, and through you, thank you to the mover and the seconder for, I think, getting that public communication. That's just the piece I think want to talk about is that SciComm piece. Councillor Kretsch hit on it a little bit there and like linking to the impacts of climate change. So we had the after effects of Hurricane Beryl, then we had a bunch of wet weather events. Everything was already overloaded. Like being able to link those things. I even caught myself just doing it now, like talking about wet weather events. And I think it's really important that if we're experiencing natural disasters, like as we've seen, like when there's a natural disaster, people aren't pointing fingers. They're saying, oh my goodness, what does the response look like? That's what we're experiencing is the impact of increasing natural disasters. And I think it's just, as we frame these things as wet weather events, I think can mitigate the amount of harm that's happened or the amount of intensity of rainfall that we received back in July that, you know, washed everything into the harbor. Everything entered the harbor. That was abnormal. And not to say that it's not going to keep happening or worsening. And so that I think is, as we're looking at these ongoing impacts of climate change, how are we thinking about proactive messaging, but also, and responsive, not even proactive, but also responsive messaging. But also I'm wondering, if we will be coming back with a report in this budget cycle or in future budget cycles beginning to detail the impact of the climate crisis, ongoing impacts as a budget pressure. So for example, the number of emails I got from the water crew and public works crew about the response in Dundas in the July 15th floods was a lot. Like that is a lot of unplanned, unbudgeted work that needed to happen quite quickly. Crews did an excellent job. That's obviously a budget pressure. Now there's the managing of the water cleanup, which is complicated. Many things going on there. Part of it was the wet weather events that we had. Part of it's the heat that we're getting is making it worse at least. As we talk about these things, just wondering if we'll be identifying these as a climate pressure so we can better also justify and communicate about the investments we're making. And it's saying, here's the costs and here's what we're spending to do with those costs, as opposed to just, we have a climate levy, we're trying our best, but being able to say, here's why we're investing in this as well.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. I don't know if you had a specific question. Is that the question you're sending over to
I am
Director
wondering about what
Winters?
is the,
Okay.
as we look ahead to the budget process, what kind of the reporting will look like and if this really.
Sure. Director Winters?
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Horvath, to the councillor, that's something we can absolutely take back. You know, we did commit as a result of the flooding event early in July that came through, particularly through the west end of the city, to bring back information about the costs associated with that, and that work is still ongoing. All the inspections are done, but putting together, you know, the next steps, and we've seen a few projects come out of that will be costly. We'll be reporting back on that. Certainly as part of the 2025 water, wastewater, stormwater rate budget, we can look to highlight for council where those investments are being made. Quite frankly, they're everywhere. I mean, climate change it's built into our capital program as we look at resilience and mitigation, both through our capital and operating programs. And that's something that we can put together information to highlight.
Thanks very much, Director Winters. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thank you, Mayor Horvath. Tremendous kudos to the fighting spirit leadership of Councillor Maureen Wilson and this motion, 150% behind it. Imagine, folks, about 30 years ago, you had no Bayfront Park, no Pier 4 to walk along, no multi-use pathway up to Coots Paradise under the McQuestion Bridge, stairways, absolutely nothing. It was an industrial heartland, toxic waste, the old Waxman property, 40 acres. And I take zero credit. I arrived my first full year in '89, and the previous councils had already laid the foundation for the purchase of the Waxman property and the enormous millions amount to clean it up, dredge it, and with the staff of the day, the park staff of the day, and council support, transformed it into the jewel and gem it is now for enormous numbers of people, thousands of people, and the social recreational opportunities, festival opportunities that occur there as well. I think Councillor Maureen Wilson was probably thinking of people like Ken Hall from the BARC, the Bay Area Restoration Council, who year after year after year after year came in here and delegated and told us how important it was for the image of our city and overall the health of our citizens and visitors to our city to clean up the West Harbor, clean up the bay, and also, in fact, a Windermere Basin on the east end of our harbor as well. And also, I'm sure Councillor Maureen Wilson was also thinking about an amazing volunteer, God rest her soul, Jill Simmons, who lived in the North End, was one of the few, Mayor Horvath, you might remember, because you represented the area, Mayor Horvath, when you started your career in 1997, and for 6 years looked after Ward 2 so capably, and some of the renaissance that was beginning then. Jill Simmons was one of those forerunners, pioneers that hung in there in the North End when nobody wanted to live in the North End 30, 40 years ago. And she just constantly was advocating and putting pressure from her strong volunteer persona upon council of the day, and if necessary, going to the media to tell the media why council was dragging its feet and should get behind cleaning up the harbor to make it accessible and available for every Hamiltonian that wanted to recapture the water's edge and its waterfront. So, you know, Mayor Horvath, I have I was proud in 92, 93 as the old former chairman of the old Parks and Rec Committee of Hamilton during the two-tier government. I was honored and proud to be there with former Mayor Bob Morrow, God rest his soul, and we were there at Pier 4 and Bayfront to cut the ribbon and launch it to the past 30 years of tremendous enjoyment and popularity it's been. And Mayor Horvath, I'll conclude by saying I have never apologized for all the support my office has given over the years to the revitalization of our waterways, both the West Harbor and including the beach strip. The transformation that's occurred, and economically and residentially. Our North End is so magnificent. It's thriving now. I love it. I'm so proud of it. I've never been a resident of it, but I just love enjoying with friends and family to go down there and be part of it. And I need to say the past councils of 30, 35, 40 years ago deserve tremendous credit. Here we are today, and this son of a gun blue algae bloom just sets us back, unfortunately. All the steps forward and over the years, this is not a new phenomenon, as Councillor Cretch said. Over the years, we've had to deal with this, and we've heard about having to close the beaches, blue algae. Well, why is it so high? What's causing it? And staff would do their best to get clean up, and eventually public health, of course, got involved to definitely say time out, definitely no swimming there. Anyways, folks, I hope the day comes, and I'm supportive of the millions in the future needed. This is something my constituents and taxpayers of the East Mountain have consistently told me as their honored representative to support everything being done for Hamilton Water, for the social recreational opportunities along the West Harbor, and the beach strip as well, because this is the type of enjoyment and the healthy type of enjoyment that they enjoy seeing their tax-paying, hard-working dollars go towards. So I'll continue to support it. I make no apologies, Mayor Horvath. We've got to permanently do our best to fix this issue so it'll never be upon us again. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I don't see anybody else on the list. I would just say that I think Jill Simmons would be sympathizing with us today in terms of what we're having to deal with yet again. And her vision was to bring people to the water's edge, and we've done that in lots of parts of our city, in the harbor as well as on the lake. And so I think we've done a great job. And her other big thing was making sure people could have a beer while they're down there. And I think that's happened too. So there you go. But thanks for the conversation. I think that now we have Councillor McMeekin.
Well, I wasn't going to speak, but St. Jill Simmons was mentioned by a couple of people. I first met Jill in 1977. And had enjoyed more than one beer with her. She also led the fight to identify Randall Reef as a crisis, and some of the other harbor issues. But most importantly, in addition to her wonderful work around the waterfront, she was very involved with a group called, and there was reference yesterday to cancer rates. And one of the things I wanted to say but didn't was it'd be nice to have an update of just where those dark spots are across the map today, given all the efforts. She was very involved with a group called CHOP, Clear Hamilton of Pollution. That's how I met her, because I was a student doing a project on the environment. And Dr. Victor Sicilione, who worked at Stelco, identifying these diseases that were caused. Another saint was Hamilton's first environmentalist of the year way back in the 70s. So we should celebrate all of those good folks, Your Worship. And I'm, yep, Victor Sicilione. Yep.
Thanks very much, Councillor McMeekin. We don't have any further speakers on the list, so we'll go to the vote on the motion, which was moved by Councillor Wilson and seconded by Councillor Cretch. That carries 13 to 0. Thanks very much. So I would now recommend that we take our lunch break for half an hour. It is 1:03, so I would need a motion to recess. Please, moved by Councillor Cretch, seconded by Councillor Taddison. We will be back at 1:35. We have the vote up, please. Thank you. And that carries 13 to nothing. We'll see you all in about 30 minutes' time. Thanks so much. Okay, folks, I'm going to call the meeting back to order. We do have quorum, and I know other folks are maybe busy with other things, but we're a little bit past our agreed upon time. It's, I think, 1:37 if I'm not mistaken. So welcome back to the meeting, everyone. My understanding is that we are at item 9, which is statement by members. And if you don't mind, there are a couple things that I'd like to share. So can I ask Councillor Jackson to take the floor, please? And I don't often start off, but this
Mayor,
time
why don't you start off,
Thank
please?
you so much, Councillor Jackson. The first thing I wanted to talk a little bit about is Canusa Games. So I did mention it briefly at GIC, but last weekend I had the pleasure to be here. I guess it was Thursday, so it would have been a week ago yesterday, for the torch lighting and the send-off of our 300 Hamilton athletes to the 66th Annual Canusa Games in Flint, Michigan. We all know that this doesn't happen without a lot of participation from a lot of people. Of course, the kids who enjoy themselves tremendously, but also so many volunteers and coaches and staff that make the Canusa Games really a fabulous event every year. 66th Annual Canusa Games this time. And of course, they wouldn't be possible if families weren't opening their homes as billets for the young people and others. And so that is also something we're grateful for. Canusa President Louise Pelkauskas, anybody can correct me, I might have said it wrong, but she was an amazing hard worker and really did organize Team Hamilton into an amazing group. Mayor Sheldon Neely, there's a tradition of a mayor's challenge. When he was here last year at the 65th Games, he challenged me to cornhole, which is the bean toss thing. And he won, you know. We went 3 out of 5 and then, well, I'm not going to tell the whole story. We went 3 out of 5, but I was winning and I thought he's the guest. So we went 5 out of 7 and I was still winning. So at 7 out of 9, Mayor Neely won, but I have to say, it was a much more serious competition in Flint, Michigan last weekend, and I actually was not able to bring home the cup. So I apologize for that. It was absolutely a better team on the Flint side. But to our athletes and everybody that participated, I just want to say congratulations. The energy, the perseverance, the commitment to sport. It was really something to see. The final was Flint won 9 of the games, Hamilton won 5 of the games, ice hockey, soccer, swimming, track and field, and volleyball. And as I said, also, we didn't win in mayor's competition. I also wanted to talk about, just very, very briefly, and I think mark really is the right word, mark the going dark of CHML in our community. And folks will know I put out a statement on behalf of the mayor's office, and it's definitely devastating to learn of yet another local independent kind of broadcaster, news source, closing its doors. 97 years next month would have been the anniversary of CHML in our community. And as you know, their programming was quite diverse. It was everything from broadcasting TICAT games, which will be happening in Y108, by the way, going forward. The work that they did supporting local community fundraising events, children's charity, some of that's going to Y108 as well, by the way. But the commentary on how our community connects with each other and how we connect with the broader world is something that they were able to do for us for a very long time. And so we all know that the folks who worked there were personalities that were literally in our cars and in our living rooms and sometimes probably in our council chambers at different times in our lounges as we listened to the news and the voices of the people of Hamilton. So a tremendous loss to our community. And I want to say on behalf of City Council, all of the staff of the City of Hamilton, all of the residents of the City of Hamilton over all of these years, thank you to CHML, to the personalities on air, as well as the ones doing the magic behind the scenes. We will never be the same, and we wouldn't be who we are now without CHML. So a big thank you there. And lastly, which has been kind of alluded to, in this meeting for the last couple of hours is the issue of the AMO meeting that's coming this weekend. As you know, Councillor Wang is already on her way. Councillors Kassar, Nan, and Kretsch will also be joining me as we head to Ottawa for the Association of Municipalities of Ontario. City Manager Clucky, a couple of other staff are going to be there to support us. It really is an important opportunity to meet with various ministers and continue our advocacy efforts on a number of files, not the least of which, of course, we all recognize, I think, and acknowledge is the crisis, the triple crisis, if we want to call it that, in homelessness, mental health, and addictions. And we will do our very best to make sure that Hamilton, as well as I'm hearing other municipalities are feeling as well, that there might be some positive moves coming forward this weekend and into early next week. All we can do is keep working together with the other municipalities and the other mayors and try to get what we need, because as was identified earlier with the numbers through the questioning of Councillor Clark, we can't continue to shoulder the costs of everything that's needed to solve this crisis. And so I didn't say it during that conversation, but I'll say it now. There is a website. It's called solvethecrisis.ca. It was launched by the Ontario Big City Mayors and AMO, solvethecrisis.ca. So folks who might be watching, folks who might be interested, if you're hearing constituents concerned about this particular matter, anybody can get involved and get engaged in that effort to put the pressure on the provincial government to help municipalities through this triple crisis. So on that note, I've said enough and want to say, Councillor Jackson, then I'll take back the chair.
Thank you for all your public service announcements and your advocacy on our behalf, Mayor Horwath. Chair's back to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Jackson. We have a speakers list started in member statements, and we will go to Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to take a moment to say thank you to Director Cynthia Graham, as well as staff in Landscape Architects, Wes Kindred, and Kara Bunn from Parks, who participated in a community meeting with my office and residents in the Stinson community regarding Bishop's Park. Bishop's Park is one of those smaller green spaces that provide really important respite to the community. It is a passive green space and doesn't have any other amenities in it other than a couple of benches and a walking path, and a fence around it. And it's come to end of term, end of life. So there are some upgrades that are needed, and that includes the ability to service a water fountain, which we'll take care of this fall, as per previous investments, ready for implementation with the tender. But the conversation was really about what would community members like to see. The population there has shifted. As many people in the community may know, Stinson has a deep concentration of residential care facilities, so that green space offers not only respite to workers, but also residents of the resident care facilities, as well as those who have their homes and live in their apartments nearby. So I want to say thank you to all the residents who were able to look past the current challenge of not being able to go into their park, but start envisioning a future where they can, and what kind of investments they'd like to see. So it was the start of a longer process of engagement led by the city staff and future capital investments and to be seen during our future budget discussions. So big thank you to staff, as well as thank you to Wesley, who hosted the in-person portion of the meeting for those residents who weren't able to attend virtually. Number two, we have a pool party coming up for Ward 3 residents. As you know, Burge Pool offers free recreational access to all residents to be able to enjoy Burge Pool in the summer months in our Gala neighborhood. And so we'll be joining those who enjoy it on August 22nd, between 2:30 and 4:30. We'll be set up with refreshments, games, prizes, and snacks for those in attendance. So looking forward to seeing residents there at Burge Pool Party. And then finally, I'd like to congratulate 541 Eatery, who is celebrating their 10th anniversary this year. They've been very compassionately addressing food security and insecurity in our community, while also fostering belonging and community without judgment. I popped by the 541 yesterday to present them with a certificate congratulating their volunteers and their staff for their dedication over the years. They'll be celebrating in community during a block party tomorrow from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. with free barbecue activities and local vendors. I regret, as the mayor mentioned, I won't be in attendance as I'll be in travel to Ottawa for the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, but I hope that many residents go by and high five the staff, high five the volunteers. These people have been putting in years of dedicated service, providing nourishing meals and a place of belonging in our community. When they opened their doors, many people from across Hamilton came in and bought buttons as donations to pay forward meals for those who need it. Those buttons, that button jar needs to be filled again. So not only provide high fives, but also buy some buttons so we can be prepared for the fall uptick in meal preparation and access for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nan. Councillor Jackson, please.
Thanks, Mayor Horvath. Finally, after 12 years and 2 enormous grassroots campaigns, Sherwood Secondary School was saved twice. Tremendous effort from both the school community as well as the Sherwood neighborhood itself. I am here to announce, although it's obviously not my jurisdiction as a member of council, but somebody who supported the community twice in the last 12 years, each time with a 3,000 name petition to save Sherwood from being declared surplus and sold, that this coming fall, this coming September, the 1,200 plus students that were at the former Barton Secondary School site on Palmer Road as a temporary location will be returning to the renovated, I think about $12 million renovated Sherwood Secondary School and a brand new redeveloped sports park. 6-lane track and field, never before, artificial turf football field, lights, scoreboard, proper fencing, bleachers. It's an amazing turnaround, Mayor Horvath, for a community that twice thought they had lost their secondary school and a hub of the Sherwood neighborhood. I want to give tremendous kudos to Ward 6 trustee Kathy Archer, and during that time, the chair of the Public School Board, my council colleague's wife, trustee Dawn Danko, who was very supportive in ensuring that Sherwood Secondary would not be lost and declared surplus and sold. So congratulations to the Sherwood community, neighborhood community, and the Sherwood school community for Yeoman's effort to save their school and now get a new sports field as well. And secondly, Mayor Horvath, if you're driving up along the Brow near Upper Gauge, be careful. Lots of cones, construction cones are out. The second phase has finally begun since the last time we met in July. There's $7.5 million Phase 2 reconstruction of Mountain Brow Boulevard, Concession Street. You've heard me many times talk about finally construction has begun, which will provide a continuum of the multi-use pathway across the East Mountain Escarpment, extra vista viewing as well, extra laybys, more solar panel lighting, as well as an enhanced 20-foot multi-use pathway. And it's going to also provide, especially from Upper Ottawa to Oakcrest, a form of traffic calming as well, as we're going to repurpose one of the vehicular lanes for walking and cycling only so that there would be no interruption of the continuous path. By the time we're done, hopefully by the end of this year, maybe into spring of next year, weather permitting, you will be able to walk from literally the Juravinski Henderson Hospital all the way eastward, almost to the Quad Pad Arena at Mohawk Sports Park. Congratulate my Citizens Committee and staff for doing a yeoman's job with the leadership of Director Jackie Kennedy, her entire design team, and the construction group as well. Thank you, Mayor Horvath.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. I don't see anybody else on the list at this point who wanted to make a member statement. Councillor McMeekin, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. A couple of things I'd like to mention. First of all, I appreciate Council deferring the motion on one of the developments for further neighborhood conversation, which was promised but didn't happen. The developer, to their credit, I want to sing their praises here, has agreed to a neighborhood meeting, and we're working with the planning people to set that up. I'm pleased about that. I want to share just the kind of thing that Councillor Nan was sharing about neighborhood groups. There are three that I want to mention specifically. The Community Council, which meets about every 6 weeks, has 44 members, very motivated members in the community. And I really find solace and wise counsel from meeting and listening to people. And so I don't know what every other councillor does, but for me, it's always been a good model through a number of years. And it's really flourishing in identifying needs. Two groups that are doing some spectacular things. The Morning Rotary Club in Waterdown has adopted the Food for Kids program. And that coupled down with the emerging Taste Buds program for the high school is really going to help with the food insecurity issue there. Their funding and their fundraising is now enabled morning food programs, lunch programs in 3 elementary schools in Waterdown. The other group I want to mention is a group called Eagle's Nest. It's a volunteer group that's come together with professional counselors specializing particularly and very professionally with young people's mental health issues. Mental health seems to be an issue everywhere. This group is just doing outstanding work, and it's so good that the community we haven't had to bring a request for funding for them because the community has been so responsive to their meeting that mental health need in Waterdown. So a shout out to Eagle's Nest and the Morning Rotary Club, and to the developer who's agreed to meet with my people in Ward 15. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McMeekin. The participation is important, but the acknowledgement of the participation is also very important, so thank you for that. I don't see any further members of council who wish to make a statement. So on that note, we will move to council communication updates, July 5th, 2024 to August 8th, 2024. Councillor Jackson, may I please have a motion to receive the council communication updates listing?
Of course you can, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded once again by the Ward 15 Councillor Ted McMeekin, at the listing of communications updates from July 5th to August the 8th, 2024 be received. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments that folks want to make? Any communications that folks want to have moved over to a standing committee for further discussion? No? Seeing none? Okay, then we'll go to the vote, please. And that carries 11-0. Thanks very much. Let's see, we are now on to private and confidential, although I think there are some closed session minutes that we can do out of camera if people are okay with that. So can I have that motion then to approve the closed session minutes of the July 12, 2024 meetings as presented? Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor McMeekin. Can we have that vote, please? That carries 11-0. Thanks very much. May I please have a motion now then to permit Andy Potter and Kristen Davies of Deloitte LLP to attend the closed session portion of the meeting? Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor Taddison. With no discussion, we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 11 to 0. So we're now going to move into closed session. May I please have a motion to move into closed session to consider items 11.12, 11.2 rather, and 11.3 pursuant to section 9.3 subsection A and F of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended, and section 239 sub 2 subsection A and F of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as a city or a local board, as the subject matter pertains to the security of property of the city or a local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. So that moving into camera motion is moved by Councillor Kassar and seconded by Councillor Nan. Can we have that vote up, please? Thanks very much. That carries 11 to 0. Members of the public, the meeting will continue following the closed session portion when you see the members of council rejoin the meeting. Council will wait up to 5 minutes upon reconvening in open session before proceeding with the meeting to provide members of the public and the media time to return. Okay, we got to get some. Yeah, the public gallery is up there, so you want to grab the hi, the public gallery is up there to your left or your right, either side. I'm sorry, ma'am, we are in a meeting of the city council, and so if you would like to present any information, you'd have to go through the public process, which is to send a letter to the clerks that you would like to make a delegation to council or to committee. Council doesn't take delegations, but you're welcome to listen to the remainder of our meeting. We're almost at the end, though, warning, so it might not be that interesting for you, but you're certainly welcome. So now, members of council, we're now back in open session. Please ensure that you're back in the open portal of East Drive. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, confirm with the clerks that we're back online. So thanks very much. So now 11.2, update on cybersecurity incident. May I have a motion to receive the update and maintain the confidentiality of this matter? We'll take that vote. Moved by Councillor Cassar, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. And that vote is up. Thank you. Councillor Tadison had the thumbs up. I'm not sure if you saw that. Great. That carries 11-0. Thanks very much. 11.3 is the legal update on cybersecurity incident. May I have a motion to receive the legal update and maintain the confidentiality of this matter? Moved by Councillor Tadison and seconded by Councillor Cassar. Thank you both. We'll have that vote up too, please. And that carries 11-0. Thanks very much. Number 12 is bylaws and confirming bylaw. Councillor Jackson, may I have the motion on bills, please?
Mayor Andrea Horvath, this will be the last time you hear from me today. Moved by myself, seconded by the hardworking Flamborough councillor Ted McMeekin, that bills number 24-144 to number 24-156 be passed. The corporate seal be affixed thereto, and the bylaws be signed by yourself, your worship, and City Clerk Matthew Trenham to read as follows. And 144 to 156 are there in black and white for public consumption. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Any speakers on the bills? No, seeing none, then we'll go to the vote, please. That carries 11-0. Thanks very much, everybody. It was a long day, but a productive one. Thanks, everybody. So we'll now take then the motion to adjourn, moved by Councillor Francis, seconded by Councillor Tadison. All those in favor of adjourning the meeting? We're glued to our chair. Oh, and that carries 11-0 again. Thanks, everybody. Hope everybody has a really good weekend, and we'll see you all next week. Late next week when we're back from AMO. Thank you.